never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The night before that was terrible. We had some bad people. We had people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the Trump administration is deploying another 2,000 California National Guard troops.
Newsom made the announcement on his X profile while saying only 300 of the first 2,000 have been deployed. The rest are sitting unused in federal buildings without orders. Newsom went on to add, the administration ramped up tensions on Monday, ordering the U.S. military to deploy about 700 Marines to Los Angeles to protect federal personnel and resources as pro-immigration protests in the city continue. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Nearly half of Americans are disagreeing with President Trump's decision to send Marines to L.A. in response to mass protests.
According to a flash poll from YouGov, 47% of respondents disapproved of Trump's military deployment, while 34% agreed and 19% said they weren't sure. The poll also found results were split along party lines, with Democratic respondents 6 times as likely to disagree with Trump's military involvement. I'm Brian Shook.
Still no verdict in the sex crimes retrial of Harvey Weinstein in New York.
Jurors wrapped up a 4th day of deliberations Tuesday as they try to decide if the former Hollywood producer is guilty of rape and sexual assault against 3 women who gave emotional testimony during the trial. Prosecutors argue their evidence shows Weinstein forced himself on his accusers. Weinstein's lawyers presented evidence they say proves he only had consensual relationships with the women. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
A former state worker has pled guilty to stealing nearly $900,000 from Washington State.
Matthew Ping worked for the Washington State Office of Administrative Hearings as the credit card custodian. Prosecutors say he followed a complex scheme to use credit cards and steal $878,000 from the state agency over 4 years. Ping will be sentenced in September. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
It sounds at times that he would go out and would be leaving off grid for sometimes up to 2.5 months.
Federal authorities are taking over the search for a Washington state man accused of murdering his 3 young daughters.
The Chelan County Sheriff's Office says the federal help allows their deputies to get some rest. Suspect Travis Decker allegedly strangled his daughters, ages 5, 8, and 9, then left their bodies at a campsite near Leavenworth. Decker's dog was found in his truck, alive. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Attitudes about abortion in the U.S. are changing. Your opinion on the issue may depend on your gender.
3 years after the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade, support for abortion rights is splitting along gender lines. A new Gallup survey finds 61% of women call themselves pro-choice compared to 41% of men. Is abortion morally acceptable? 57% of women said yes, 40% of men say the same. 56% of women said abortion should be legal in most circumstances. 41% of men agree. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The Southern Baptist Convention is holding its annual meeting in Dallas.
Members will vote on efforts to get the Supreme Court to overturn the right to same-sex marriage. That right was established in 2015, and now the country's largest Protestant denomination will consider formally working to try and get that decision overturned. The convention also plans to vote on measures calling for pornography and sports betting to be outlawed, defunding Planned Parenthood, and opposing abortion. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty then, that is my cue. Cue the microphone and away we go. Everybody gather around. Got a big show coming your way as we close out a Tuesday. And we will, from time zone to time zone, make our way into Hump Day. As we turn the page on the calendar, 11th day of June coming on. With time flying by, mid-month, just around the corner. Next thing you know, we'll be saying Independence Day is here. And summer will fly by. Yeah, we've got, 9 days until we officially roll through that summer solstice, transitioning. Yeah, which would be that day where we have the longest daylight hours and the shortest amount of darkness here in the northern hemisphere. And then things begin to gradually turn around. One day at a time, days begin to get shorter again. First things first, hi there, I'm Steve Sommers. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Strawberry moon shining bright outside the secret bunker. Yeah, when it was a bit lower on the horizon, had a bit of an orange hue to it. Yeah, looking more of a pretty much a straight out clear night. Little bit of haze, but yeah, the moon shining bright. Traveler's weather. There's not a whole lot of concern out there tonight. Not a whole lot of weather going to be slowing you down. Good night for most of the country to be moving the freight up and down the highways and byways. Yeah, we do have one area that's, again, typically, it's Texas, seeing some stronger storms. As we progress into Wednesday, we will be looking at a broader area of heavy rain impacting a number of states there in the south-central USA. But we've got this line of thunderstorms that are still prompting some severe thunderstorm warnings. Everything I've seen, 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, ping-pong ball-size hail. If the line holds together here, could be rolling into the San Antonio area during the overnight hours, but right now extending from right about Carrizo Springs through Crystal City up into La Pryor and Uvalde, Texas. The heaviest winds are now east of Uvalde, but that gives you an idea of where this line is progressing there. Behind the main line, though, plenty more plain old heavy rain stretching from right about San Angelo, again, all the way down to the Texas-Mexico line. So we'll see some rains progressing, headed toward Killeen and Austin and San Antone progressively through the overnight hours. Let's look at the day ahead and the remainder of the work week here. Midweek already upon us. They're telling us inches of rain are forecast to pour down on a zone from central and eastern Texas to southeast Oklahoma, western Arkansas here in the next several days. Flash flooding is going to be the primary concern. Downpours will be strewn across the Interstate 10 and 20 corridors of the southern U.S., from New Mexico and Texas all the way over to Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas as we head into midweek. In some instances, the heavy rain will be associated with gusty and in some cases severe thunderstorms. Looks like some of the more intense thunderstorms focusing on parts of Texas, areas I just described here a few moments ago. Some areas blasted by more than one severe storm with winds, hail, and flash flooding in the past 24 hours. At this time, forecasters believe a derecho, not likely, but some communities may face damaging weather as storms become intense for a brief period of time. Could see some regional power outages. We're going to watch for this storm swinging out from northern Mexico that will track across the south central states from Wednesday to Friday. That sets the stage for thunderstorms in a very moist environment created by the Gulf. This particular setup will unleash tremendous amounts of moisture in the form of downpours where several inches of rain could come down in some cases in a few hours. Now that alone could trigger rapid flooding of city streets, turn dry washes into raging torrents, Rapid rises on some streams and rivers in the region, from central Texas to western Arkansas, as well as southeast Oklahoma, perhaps northwest Louisiana. Some of the heaviest rain and perhaps a concentration of flash flooding likely to occur along that I-35 corridor of Texas and southern Oklahoma, including the major cities of Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Texas. Now, AccuWeather senior storm forecaster Eddie Walker said where the downpours repeat over a number of days, we could be talking, in some cases, 8 to 12 inches of rain in localized areas. Now, that would mean flooding on a more regional basis. Much of that zone where the heaviest rain will fall is not in drought conditions. We've seen downpours since early spring that have replenished the soil moisture and then some. So there are some areas, mainly south and west of Austin, where drought is still a concern. Any non-flooding rain would actually be welcomed there. But even in part of this zone of south central Texas, too much of a good thing in too short a time could lead to dangerous flash flooding. Now, of course, in the state of Texas, they tell us many droughts actually end in floods. However, in this case, the flash flooding will not discriminate between the drought areas versus the already saturated areas. Meanwhile, much of the Northeast, are you ready for a dry spell? They've been hard to come by as of late. Get ready for a 2, maybe 3 day stretch with no rain now to Friday. Yes, some areas may actually go a little bit longer as most of the storm activity has departed this past day. And rain's going to hold off in some areas to probably the second half of the weekend. Yeah, we could see some rain beginning to encroach coming up Friday over parts of the central Appalachians to the lower portions of the mid-Atlantic. That zone will then expand northward over the weekend, enveloping much of the central Appalachians, the upper mid-Atlantic, all the way to the southern parts of New England. But some areas there, upstate New York and parts of New England, could be dry from now probably to maybe even Sunday. Yeah, we're talking a 5-day stretch there. That'll be good news to help some of the agricultural interest, construction operations, to try and catch up a little bit. Now, for some crops, I think we mentioned this past evening that crops that have not yet been sown due to the muddy fields, some are going to be having to look at maybe alternative crops or possibly skipping this year's planting season because of the shortened growing season. I'm not real familiar there in the Northeast what kind of crops that we rely on for that region of the country. But the middle and second half of the week will be bringing an increase in the amount of sunshine. But as many of you have probably noticed, even on clear days as of late, the sun and the surrounding sky still appear hazy. It's not uncommon for those hazy conditions to occur on warm summer days where you have the human-made and natural particulates lingering in the air. But in this case, much of this is continuing to be the smoke from the wildfires, large wildfires that continue in central Canada. From time to time, that smoke may dip down to the lower levels of the atmosphere, and that's when you have the thick haze. You get that campfire smell, irritation of the nose, eyes, lungs. But much of the time, the smoke will be much higher up in the atmosphere, kind of dimming and blocking the sun. When the sun is dimmed, it can actually shave high temperatures by a few degrees during the day, and then actually tend to keep temperatures a little bit more elevated during the overnight hours. There you go. Lots to cover as we roll into a new day here. We'll start off with some of our listening friends like Philly Dan checking in. Good morning, everyone. Well, all hell breaking out in this country. These news channels, I think they're actually just making it worse. kind of instigating others to get out there. Let's join the party, right? Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Let's see, did you know that Ohio is talking about maybe doing away with property taxes? Yeah, Marianne, you mentioned that a few days ago. I hadn't done any research. Yeah, I would love that idea. Yeah, for some, it saves you several $1,000s per year. I have to do a little research on that. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, and it is... Mike, what day is it? It's not official till Horse Feathers makes it so. 40 Mikes being fired the last couple nights in California. I'll tell you, those smart a tad. We're 62 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. 65 degrees in California. Yeah, not counting the heat being put off by vehicle fires, of course. It is 844-844-3388. The digits to hit, be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Let's get the party underway. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Hey, Brett, see, I'll pull over tonight. A small town called Glasgow, Montana. It's in the middle of nowhere of the contiguous United States. About 4.5 hours in any direction from any metropolitan area. So truly, right? All right, in the middle of nowhere. Hey, Shorty, I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina tonight. We've got 69 degrees, and we are Columbus bound. Tapeworm made it home to Maysville, Kentucky. Filled up the soaker tub, got a beer. Time for an overnight drive. I guess it's true what they say. Better to be home missing the road than be on the road missing home. There you go. Enjoy the night, Tapeworm. Good to have you on board. Hello, Dave. Good morning from a hot, steamy Texas with the full moon tonight. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe, drivers. Tank is on board. Happy hump day. 75 degrees in Grants, New Mexico, under a full moon. Headed over to Santa Rosa, then it's back to Fontana. Drivers, truck safe out there, and have a blessed day. Cap and Ron, how you feeling? You feeling any better there, Ron? I-75 northbound, 74 degrees in Ocala, Florida tonight. What day is it anyways? Hey, a Semper Fi shout out to Knucklebuster and Truck and Phil as we get the party started here. Good morning. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Jerry. I think it's time for lethal force before some innocent person is hurt or killed. Yeah, these people responsible should be in jail in California, cut off from the rest of the United States. Anyway, thanks to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for another great show brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Tell the ones you love them every chance you get. All right, very good. You may never get another chance. And a couple more here. Well, it's hump day, says Bill. Good morning, everybody. 66 degrees, clear in Douglasville, Georgia. In all the times that I've been delivering to this warehouse, tonight was the first time I actually missed the street I was supposed to turn down. Was that a little brain? Were you preoccupied? Just daydreaming, maybe? Have a great morning, drivers, and be safe out there. Over the years, when I used to have that 25-minute drive to and from work, every once in a while, you gotta get, I don't know, daydreaming on the road, and next thing you know, you're looking, it's like, hell, my exit was a mile ago. How did I do that? 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Typical, phone lines open. And it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, trying to pull up some of the very latest, bring you up to speed what's going on around the country as some of this craziness begins to spread to other cities. So we'll get to that here momentarily. First, let me jump back over. There we go. A couple other folks checking in out of the box here. There you go. Old Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Eskimo Bob says, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day Wednesday. What day is it? It is 3 days until Flag Day. 23 days till Independence Day. And look out, 199 to Christmas. Love that strawberry moon tonight. The weather's been good so far for trailer trucking. We're starting off with a drop and hook at a Cincinnati store to start my week off. Then I'll find out what the next assignment is when I get back to Tip City. But we're looking at clear skies, 63 degrees on the weather bug. 76 on my dash at my local store. Be safe out there, drivers. Hey, James says, looks like the anti-ice mess has reached Atlanta. Got some reports of unrest in Brookhaven, Georgia, right next to Atlanta. Drivers, be safe out there. Okay, Brett, good morning from the Mile High City, 71 degrees, clear skies. Tell the other Brett, who's in Glasgow, Montana, that I was actually there Friday. What are the odds for a place in the middle of nowhere? How about that? Thank you to all the first responders who keep us safe and all the overnight workers keeping this crazy world turning 24/7. Rick B. on board at Portsmouth tonight. A couple of minutes here. Let me get started with, what the heck's going on out there. Starting with L.A., the very latest. I guess the mayor finally determined things are a little out of control here, right? Yes, a curfew has been implemented. So what time are we? 12:30 Eastern, like just about 9:30 on the West Coast. Police have started, late word here just minutes ago, police have started mass arrests of protesters after the emergency curfew came into effect for part of downtown Los Angeles. That curfew began at 8 p.m., so just a little over an hour ago, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. local time. And it will likely be in effect for a few days, according to Mayor Karen Bass. The growing arrest count, at least 378 people have been arrested over the past 4 days, including nearly 200 on Tuesday, according to the Los Angeles chief. The mayor said that 23 businesses have been looted now during the day 4 of protests. A federal judge denying California's request for an immediate restraining order that would temporarily prohibit the Trump administration from using the National Guard, the Marines, to enforce laws in the state, including immigration enforcement. Senior U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer set a hearing for Thursday, but no immediate restraining order. Now, the Marines had been, that would have been much of our discussion last evening. The 700 Marines that have been activated, they are not deployed. They have not been yet deployed to any of these protests. They're actually standing by and awaiting orders outside of L.A. Now, many of them are undergoing some additional training to assist if they do get that call to actually come on into the city. But we'll be back with more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The immigration operations by Immigration and Custom Enforcement agents will continue in L.A.
L.A. city leaders say ICE operations could go on for more than 30 days. President Trump's border czar Tom Homan tells Fox News it's L.A.'s fault this is happening out in the open.
We could arrest them in the safety and security of the county jail, but they won't let us into jail. They release them into the community.
He says L.A. is getting what it doesn't want, but could prevent more ICE agents on the streets. I'm Jim Roop.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum is condemning violence in the L.A. immigration enforcement protests.
At a news briefing, Sheinbaum urged the Mexican community in the U.S. to stay peaceful. At the same time, she promised her government has an unwavering commitment to the protection and defense of the human rights of Mexicans, regardless of their immigration status. She said immigrants deserve due process in the U.S. and said Mexico would use all diplomatic channels to make its position clear. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of the United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Tifton, Georgia tonight. 71 degrees. I got my freight about 2:30 this past day, then headed back to the house, hang out with the Wildcat. She cooked up a nice dinner and sent me on my way. So on the road again about 8 o'clock this past evening. I just wanted to get a few miles in tonight so I don't have to do all 11 hours in the day ahead to get there. All right, the pool still holding water. It's looking good, even with all the rain, which it did again today. Just in a scattered thunderstorms, though, that came down pretty hard in some places around Atlanta, which, of course, messed up all the traffic. So I hear the morons are causing problems in other cities besides L.A. Yeah, I still think tasers, rubber bullets, water cannons need to be broke out to deal with them. Have a great night, everybody, and yes, be careful out there. James Brown. Good morning, Steve, from New York. So let me give you more on the latest here. Protests that sprung up in L.A. over the immigration enforcement raids, as we know, have mobilized the National Guard. Marines have begun to spread now. The protests have around the country, with more planned into the weekend. Now, according to this report, from Seattle to Austin to Washington, D.C., marchers have chanted slogans carrying signs against the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, snarling traffic throughout downtown areas and outside federal offices. Now, while many have been peaceful, some have resulted in clashes with law enforcement as officers made arrests and used chemical irritants to disperse crowds. Now, activists are planning more, supposedly larger demonstrations in the coming days, with so-called No Kings events across the country on Saturday to coincide with Trump's planned military parade through Washington. Now, the administration said they will continue their program of raids and deportations despite the protests. ICE will continue to enforce the law, according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. this past day via social media. But a look at some of what's been going on over the past day. 4 Austin police officers injured, and authorities using chemical irritants to disperse a crowd of several hundred demonstrators Monday night that moved between the state capitol and the federal building that houses an ICE office. State officials had closed the capitol to the public an hour early in anticipation of the protest. Austin police used pepper spray balls. State police began using tear gas when demonstrators started trying to deface the federal building with spray paint. The demonstrators then started throwing rocks, bottles, and other objects at the police barricade. 3 officers injured by very large rocks, and another injured while making an arrest. Austin police arresting 8, state police arresting several more. Now, Davis said her department is prepared for Saturday's planned protest there in downtown Austin. We support peaceful protest. When that protest turns violent, when it turns to throwing rocks and bottles, that will not be tolerated and arrests will be made. A protest that drew hundreds to a rally on a city bridge lasted for several hours Monday night. That was in the Dallas area, which police declared an unlawful assembly, warning people to leave or face arrest. Dallas police initially posted on social media that officers would not interfere with a lawful, peaceful assembly of individuals or groups expressing their First Amendment rights. But officers later moved in, and local media reported seeing some in the crowd throwing objects as officers used pepper spray and smoke to clear the area. In Dallas, at least 1 was injured. Texas Governor Abbott says peaceful protesting is legal, but once you cross the line, you will be arrested. Now, we had about 50 gathered outside the immigration court in downtown Seattle this past day, chanting with drums, holding up signs, free them all, abolish ICE, no to deportations. That protest was initially peaceful, but protesters began putting scooters in front of the entryways to the building before police arrived. Matthew Scheibod with Students for a Democrat Society at the University of Washington said they're there in solidarity with the protest in L.A. and to show that we're opposed to ICE in our community. Now, legal advocates who normally attend the immigration court hearings as observers and to provide support to immigrants were not allowed inside the building. Security guards also turned away the media. Now, these hearings are normally open to the public. Lastly, in Santa Ana, near Los Angeles, armored vehicles blocked the road Tuesday morning, leading to the Civic Center, where federal immigration officers and numerous city and county agencies have their offices. Workers sweeping up bottles and broken glass from Monday's protests. Shards of red, black, and purple glass littering the pavement. Nearby buildings and the sidewalk tagged with profane graffiti slogans against ICE. Trump's name crossed out. One worker rolling paint over graffiti on a wall to block it out. National Guard officers wearing fatigues, carrying rifles, prevented people from entering that area unless they worked there. So Tuesday actually marked, technically, day number 5, this is, of the protest in L.A. Now, we've got thousands of troops being deployed there. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass finally said, "We will always protect the constitutional right for Angelians to peacefully protest. However, violence, destruction, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Those responsible will be held fully accountable." Now, of course, later this past day, ultimately implementing a curfew, which I believe it's a very small area there. It's not like all of L.A. It's It's about a 1 square mile zone. I think they're what they call like Little Tokyo or something. So it's not the entire city, but Soma says avoid downtown Atlanta. And I guess some of the unrest occurring in Chicago tonight. Chaotic scenes being reported from both of those cities. Now, we kind of touched last evening on what do you do? You're out there trying to move the freight, and when this stuff begins to spread, many of you had to kind of, I guess you can reflect back on the year 2020, the summer of love, where many truck drivers and freight moving around the country got caught up in these protests. OOIDA's Director of Security Operations, Doug Morris, gave some specifics on how to deal with scenarios that could arise if truck drivers are unable to alter their delivery routes, or you possibly get caught off guard. Number one, be aware of your surroundings and alternate routes if traffic is suddenly stopped with these, they often put up makeshift barriers, or you got people, crowds blocking the roadway. Try, obviously, to avoid areas where protests are taking place. Keep your doors and trailers locked at all times. If you have a dispatcher, keep in contact with them. Now, if you're driving for a company, follow any policy they may have for these type of incidents. Do not attempt to drive through barricades, whether it's objects or people, he says. Now, I know that always comes down to when you feel that you might be, your life may be threatened. You're not just going to sit there and let these crazies pull you out of your truck, right? If you come upon a makeshift barricade, call police, advise them of your location and the need of assistance to navigate out of the area. If you are attacked, use only the force necessary to stop the attack. It is not against the law to have a tire checker stick in the cab of the truck. If you have a legal right to carry a firearm, be aware of the local laws for the use of the firearm or any deadly force laws. It should be noted that driving through violent areas also could have financial ramifications. While individual policies may vary, many insurance policies carry exemptions for vehicles being operated in an area with a state of emergency declaration or exclusions for riots or civil unrest. Of course, this past morning, Tuesday morning, several traffic alerts and closures due to protest were listed on Southern California's 5-1 website, and certain public transit systems were using alternate routes. What to do if you get caught up in this sort of a mess? It is 844-844-3388. Lines available as we roll into a brand new day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops Stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Latest I can find from the Atlanta area. The headline stating 6 have been arrested. This is just several hours ago, Tuesday night. A large protest on Buford Highway that ended with tear gas and fireworks being hurled at officers. So again, that was updated here about 2 hours ago from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. All right, hello to Jason. Good morning. Looking for another great show, passing through Wheeling, West Virginia, with clear skies and 58 degrees tonight. Yeah, drivers, be safe out there. All right, Grump, thank you for the heads up. That's kind of weird. He said something must be wrong with the phones. Keeps saying all lines are busy, which they're not by any means. We got one online. See if it'll actually work here. Eagle was able to get through.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. Hello? How we doing? Yes.
Okay, yeah. I didn't have no problem getting through. I don't know. Sometimes the line be busy and you have to wait for somebody to hang up a caller, and then after he hang up, you can. If you got, I don't know how many people you can have on hold at one time.
Yeah, we can.
You'd be full.
We got like we've got 5 lines, and you're the only one on hold here. You're the only one. So I mean, there should be 4 lines available right now. So. Yeah.
You said Grunk. You said he said the line was busy.
He said he keeps getting a busy signal. Yeah.
Yeah. He might be in a bad area or something maybe, because I came right through. I dialed about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, Steve, man, got a couple things to talk about before I get to the situation in Los Angeles and New York and Chicago. This protest is spreading like a virus all over the damn country. I want to say something about NASCAR right quick. I was looking at some videos tonight. I didn't know they could get down to Mexico City that fast, but they said that they arrived, some of the teams already, some of the haulers, truck haulers, they've already arrived in Mexico City, so they made it down there safe. They must have been driving almost non-stop to get down there that quick from Michigan all the way to from Michigan all the way down to Mexico City. They were doing some serious driving. So they did make it safely. So hopefully they'll have a safe weekend. Everybody, be able to come on, make it back to the U.S., get the hell out of Mexico, and be a good race on Sunday. I'll probably check it out because I usually like to watch the road course races. So I'll be watching on. So they got a race on Saturday too. The Infinity, they racing on Saturday in Mexico City too. So they got 2 races going on. So I'll probably watch. I don't know if I probably won't watch the Infinity, but I'll definitely watch the Cup race on Sunday. Where I'm at, I'm gonna be out on the road this weekend. But before I get to the LA one more time, there's something else, Steve, that I heard today about Trump. When he went to I forgot what military base he went to, but today and was talking to some of the soldiers. He made a comment about I don't know. I think you probably talked about he's supposed to have a military parade this weekend, Saturday or either Sunday, and he gave a warning out to any troublemakers or protesters that might decide to show up on Saturday or Sunday to this parade. He said if you show up, you will be arrested, no questions asked. And so anybody that's got any bright ideas, you're not dealing with Gavin Newsom in California, my man. You're dealing with Trump. So if you're thinking about going to Washington D.C. and causing a disturbance, you might want to make a U-turn and go somewhere else. Because I promise you, Donald Trump ain't gonna play games with them on Saturday and Sunday, Steve. Any troublemakers? Now, as far as the troublemakers go out there in California, Steve, 'cause that's what they are, paid troublemakers at that. These people, they did what I said a long time ago. Beetlejuice #2, the second ugliest man in the history of the U.S. Besides that ugly piece of trash that used to be in Chicago. This woman here, she's about the second. I can't even look at the woman's face. The so-called mayor of L.A. Not only is she a bad mayor, but she's ugly too. But anyway, Steve, this is a real joke, man. She finally got the message after what this is a. 8 o'clock. I think it was 8 o'clock in California. I told you that a couple of days ago. What should have been done a long time ago, and then Donald Trump would have never had to get involved in the situation. But they were too stupid to do that. Just like they were too dumb. Just like Gavin Newsom was too stupid to save some fish that nobody cares about. To let the damn fire hydrants go dry in California. The whole thing is a joke. And now you got the nerve to try to insult Donald Trump, Steve. Gavin Newsom had the nerve today to say he's still coming up with these bogus lawsuits that he thinks that he's going to win about Donald Trump sending in the military and the National Guard without his without making a phone call. It was Gavin, because he didn't have the situation under control. That's why he went in. It doesn't take a genius. You didn't have the situation under control when you got cars on fire. You got the interstate blocking. You're not supposed to block. And if anybody's ever been to Los Angeles, know that Highway 101 is a major thoroughfare, and they had the whole damn freeway shut down. People standing out in the middle of the road. That don't sound like you got control of the situation to me when you got people standing in the middle of a major interstate, causing a ruckus and setting police vehicles on fire. And by the way, Steve, that loser that was throwing them bricks at them trucks that was driving by them border patrol trucks that were running, and he was throwing rocks at them. They got that guy on the most wanted list in America, and they looking for you, brother. So if you listen to Steve Sommers' show tonight, you better keep a real low profile, because the FBI looking for you, my man. Yep. And Pam Bondi or whatever her name is said when they catch up with him, Steve, they gonna prosecute him to the highest extent of the law, and that's exactly what they should try to get him for murder charge, attempted murder, because that's what he was doing when he was throwing them cinder blocks at them trucks, them vehicles that was driving by, police vehicles and ICE vehicles. I hope they catch up with that old boy and put him under the jail for what he did, Steve, because I'm fed up with these people. There has nothing to do with a protest. Like I said, the whole thing is a joke. Now it don't spread like a virus, Steve. Now it don't spread just like the COVID virus. Now they got people protesting in New York City as we speak, Chicago, they down in Texas, Dallas, Austin, Texas. They doing their deal. And these are all organized people, Steve. All these people working for the same organization. Yeah, you got a few people out there that's got a legitimate protest, but then you get the other guys that's mixed in with them, the guys that you see with the black mask on their face. Yep. Those are the troublemakers. Those are the ones trying to cause a ruckus, because everything is peaceful, and then all of a sudden somebody throws something, a water bottle or they saying does something to agitate the police, and that's what sets off everything. And then that's what these are paid agitators, and that's what they do. And I hope they catch up with all of them and put them under the jail where they belong. Because see, and then like I said, those are the main ones, Steve, that are breaking into these stores. I watched the video last night. I forgot to tell you about out there in LA. They had knocked the glass out of they already said they had robbed the Apple store, cell phones, ripped off all the phones, Adidas shoe store. They stole all the shoes, but they got a gas station, a convenience store. You just see these idiots crawling in and out of the door. They bust the glass out. They grab a handful of goods and chips and whatever they can get their hands on, Cokes, beer, alcohol, and walking right out the door with stuff they didn't pay for. But I got bad news for them, Steve. There's another warning. The police chief of Los Angeles said
they're going to crack down, right? Okay. Hey, we got to pause there. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. ICE arrests are rising under the Trump administration.
100,000 arrests have happened this year, which marks a big jump from last year. In fiscal year 2024, ICE arrested 113,000 people, while the Trump administration is approaching that number in only 6 months. I'm Brian Shook.
U.S. trade officials are getting together with their Chinese counterparts in London.
The talks are aimed at resolving an ongoing trade dispute between the world's 2 largest economies. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and Trade Representative Jameson Greer are representing the U.S. during the meeting with the Chinese Vice Premier Hu Lifeng, who is Beijing's lead trade negotiator. The talks come after Trump said he had a lengthy phone call with Chinese President Xi last week, as both look to avert a full-blown trade war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The World Bank is cutting its global growth projections.
It now expects the global economy to expand by 2.3% this year, which is down sharply from an earlier forecast of 2.7%. The bank cited international discord over trade as a primary factor in its new report Tuesday. It also cut its 2025 growth forecast for the U.S. to 1.4%, noting that the outlook could improve if major countries strike new trade agreements. I'm Matt Mattinson.
4 senior Biden White House aides are agreeing to testify before the House Oversight Committee.
According to a committee aide, the testimonies, which are set to begin on June 24th, come as part of a probe into former President Biden's mental acuity while in office. The former president has maintained he drove drove his own decisions during his presidency, and there's no evidence aides acted on his behalf in response to his ailing health. The Senate will hold a hearing on the matter next week. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 105 points, the S&P 500 added 32 points, and the Nasdaq rising 123 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta says the state's suing the Trump administration.
He says it's for deploying hundreds of National Guard members to Los Angeles, calling the move unlawful.
They unlawfully invoked a law that's intended to prevent an invasion by a foreign nation or a rebellion, or local and state law enforcement make it so that the laws of the United States cannot be executed.
Bonta criticized Trump's decision to send 2,000 troops in response to immigration protests, arguing it was unnecessary. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A coffee shop in Oakland, California is facing a lawsuit from the federal government for alleged discrimination against Jewish customers.
U.S. Department of Justice officials have filed a lawsuit against the owners of the Jerusalem Coffee House. According to the suit, the owner of the coffee shop saw a customer wearing a hat with the Star of David on it and asked the customer if he was Jewish. The owner continued a pointed line of questioning and ultimately accused the customer of supporting a genocide before kicking them out of the shop. The lawsuit said such actions violate laws prohibiting racial and religious discrimination. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Stephen A. Smith says he has no desire to run for office.
The sports commentator said he no longer had an interest in a political bid because he'd have to give up a lot of money to do that, and he'd rather be a hellraiser. Smith has publicly teased a political run in the past. Despite the change in desire, Smith still wants to be a major player in terms of a voice and a conduit for change. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you so much. Good to have you with us. Welcome back. For those just joining us, welcome aboard. as we close out a Tuesday. Hump Day coming on from time zone to time zone, 11th day of June. Hope your week's going well. Out on to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 61 degrees. Is it Alzada, Montana? Alzada, got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train, pointed toward the corn patch under a full moon for some high-speed cow trucking. This is open country up here. U.S. Highway 212 is a virtual speedway. 6 cow trucks all lit up, hammer down. It's an epic sight as we live the average driver's dream. Hey, a special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Big Sky Country tonight. All right, Cripshot is in the house. He was listening to Eagle's comments a few moments ago. He said, hell yeah, Eagle. Throw them all out. Hello to all the listeners. I love this show. You're the man, Steve. Thank you so much. Matthew checks in from Tampa Bay, Florida. 80 degrees right now. He said, I support America. I support ICE, the Marines, National Guard, President Trump, and immigration law. What part of illegal do these illegal aliens not understand? Yeah, arrest them all. Politicians, too, that are standing in the way. And God bless all the firemen, first responders out there. Thank you much. All right. Yeah, Eagle mentioned the big parade that'll be taking place in D.C. this weekend. Now, anyone with a lick of sense should have enough common knowledge that that's not going to be the place where you're going to try to do something stupid. But stupid people do stupid things, right? President Trump warning people against protesting at the military parade in Washington, which will be marking the Army's 250th anniversary Saturday. Speaking to reporters at the Oval Office, he said, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. Law enforcement agencies are preparing for hundreds of thousands of people to attend Sunday's parade. According to U.S. Secret Service Special Agent in Charge Matt McCool. Now, McCool said thousands of agents, officers, and specialists will be deployed from law enforcement agencies across the country. The FBI and the Metropolitan Police Department had said there are no credible threats to the event at this point in time. In unscheduled Oval Office remarks, Trump actually took time to discuss his decision to deploy 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines to Los Angeles in response to the federal immigration raids at workplaces there, defending those actions. To take that rare step, and said troops were necessary to contain this unrest, despite some of the objections from local and state officials there. But Saturday's supposed to be a pretty big deal there in Washington, D.C. And I did see a little blurb where most of the mainstream media, would you be surprised that they're not supposedly planning on making a big deal as far as covering that? All right, Eagle, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Oh, yeah, what a surprise, CNN not going to cover. But, something like I said, Steve, like Trump said, and you have to be a very stupid person to try to go out and try to act stupid at this parade or this weekend because of a disruption. And I hope he does use big force to anybody that has the balls to go out there and cause any kind of disruption this weekend. I hope he prosecutes them to the fullest extent of the law. If you even think about trying to disrespect somebody that's in the military that represents the USA, brother, I don't care what they do to them, because I'm fed up with these people. They know they're a bunch of punks anyway, a bunch of college kids. Like I was looking at it today, Steve, when I was at the truck stop. Who has time in the middle of the day? A bunch of losers that don't have no job. This is all they got to do with their life is go out to the road, go out to the streets and break traffic and cause a disturbing and yell and scream. This is what their whole life is all about, Steve. That's what's embarrassing. I'm out here driving this truck, over 600-700 miles every day, and I turn on my television and I see a bunch of college punks in the middle of the roadway protesting about something that they don't know absolutely nothing about, protesting for people that are in the country illegally. Donald Trump, they knew when Trump got in the White House, and they still decided not to leave, Steve. Trump's been in the White House less than 6 months now. They still apprehending people that are in the country illegally. They knew that Trump was coming. They knew he was coming for them, and they still didn't leave the country. He even offered these people $1,000 to leave voluntarily, go back to where you come from, and then maybe we can try to get your paperwork right and come back in the USA the right way. I have no problem with that. These people that are getting ejected out of the country, I have no problem. If they want to come in the right way, they're more than welcome to come back and try to get the American dream. Everybody deserves the American dream, but you got to come in the right way. And they had plenty of time, so I don't feel bad for none of these people that's getting kicked out of the country, because they've had 5-6 months, Steve, to go to their local immigration office and try to get things straight and try to identify themselves and say, hey, listen, man, I'm here illegally. What can I do to try to make this right so I can continue being in the USA? They chose not to do it, so if they end up on a plane headed back to where El Salvador, they did it to themselves, as far as I'm concerned. It's just that simple. But the people that I'm concerned with, folks, like I was talking about before the break, Steve, are these troublemakers. I got a real big problem with a guy who busts into a store, bust the glass out and go in and take stuff that don't belong to him, TVs, cell phones. These are businesses, Steve. These people that own these stores, these are small business owners, and these guys, you could put a man out of business if you go in somebody's convenience store and wipe him out of all his goods, all his drinks, soda, chips, whatever they can get their hand, take the whole damn cash register out of the thing, and it makes no sense. And it has nothing to absolutely do with the immigrants. See, these people taking advantage of the situation, and these people, and by the way, just like we told you before the break, Steve, the local police chief in L.A. He said, my man, he gave those people a warning, Steve. He said you might be sleeping in your bed tonight, but you might be sleeping in my bed tomorrow night. He said, because we got cameras all over the downtown area, and they can focus in right on your face. So all those people that was walking out of that store with stuff that they stole, my man, they got people that was watching you, they got you on camera, and they reviewing all the film. So don't be surprised if a local police officer knock on your door in the next couple of days and take you to jail where you belong for all that stuff that you stole out of that gas station. So and that's what needs to happen to these people, Steve, because they're taking advantage of the situation. And anybody that's been throwing rocks and throwing bottles and throwing whatever else they can get their hands on at the police, I hope they review those films and pay people a little visit too. So we got to get these people off the street and make it safe for everybody to live. Because like Pappy, I respect, I told you that last night, I respect the police, and they got a dangerous job. And like I said, Steve, I already told you about it. I don't know if I can stand in the middle of the road and let somebody throw rocks at me and cuss at me and talk to me the way I've seen you guys get talked to over the last couple of days in L.A. I don't think I could do it. As a matter of fact, I know I can't do it. So I would never put myself in. So I would even show even more respect to somebody like Happy, who has to take that abuse from these losers. And like I said before, those people, they deserve to get planted under the jail and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, as for Gavin Newsom, this guy here, like I told you last night, Steve, if he had any kind of pride about himself, he had a nerve to come on TV tonight and try to insult Donald Trump. Donald Trump did that man a favor, just like Trump said, Steve. If it wouldn't have been for Donald Trump, Los Angeles, California would be on fire right now as we speak. Because those people, they were going to burn that whole damn city down to the ground because Gavin Newsom couldn't get things under control. Donald Trump got it under control, and that's why L.A. is not burning right now. Gavin Newsom should be on his knees thanking Donald Trump instead of criticizing the man. So, Gavin Newsom, my man, hopefully you'll be out of a job real soon in California, and they can get a real governor in California, somebody like Donald Trump, and make California a place for people to want to live and raise their family. And I thank you for taking my call.
Speaking of Gavin Newsom, Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, yesterday, he suggested a rather archaic form of punishment to deal with Gavin Newsom's pushback against the administration's efforts to maintain order in L.A. when a reporter asked Johnson, "Do you believe that Newsom should face consequences in a legal way?" Johnson said, "That's not my lane. I'm not going to give you legal analysis on whether Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered. I'll say that." Yeah, Newsom sarcastically shot back, said, "Good to know we're skipping the arrest and going straight to the 1700s style form of punishment. A fitting threat, given the Republicans want to bring our country back to the 18th century. Now, of course, on Monday, when a reporter asked Trump if Homan should arrest Newsom, Trump said, "Well, I'd do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think that'd be a great thing." Trump just likes to fan the flames, right? Trolling Gavin Newsom. Now, of course, Newsom and the state attorney general have filed that lawsuit against the administration using the federalization of the National Guard, stating, look, he's standing in the way of the administration and carrying out a federal law, according to Johnson. Newsom is applauding the bad guys and standing in the way of the good guys. He's a participant and an accomplice in our federal agents not being disrespected but assaulted. What a joke this guy is. I mean, do your job, man. That's what I tell Gavin Newsom. Do your job. Stop working on your rebranding. Be a governor. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I was able to dial the number up a couple of times there, and it went right through. So clear lines, and we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, as far as Chicago is concerned. I guess they had a bit of unrest this past day as well. Apparently, a driver plowed into a group of protesters in the Loop, striking at least one of them as thousands marched through the downtown Chicago protesting the immigration rates. Now, the driver apparently was stuck between police vehicles on State Street. Officers wanted to guide her away from the crowd and ask her to turn right onto Monroe Street. But she ignored their orders and turned left, speeding into the crowd. One officer tried to get the driver to stop, pulled on the driver's side door handle, but the driver sped off, apparently. Shortly after the car plowed through the crowd, it appeared at least one woman on the ground as other protesters gathered around to offer help. Police did not offer any information about the driver as of late Tuesday night. Wasn't immediately clear if anyone was hospitalized. But this is two protests of recent immigrations and customs enforcement arrests hit the streets in Chicago Tuesday afternoon before ultimately merging into one large protest. Just the latest in a string of demonstrations in support of the immigrant community in the city of Chicago. There were some skirmishes between police and protesters as officers, some clutching batons, tried to hold their ground. Several people taken into custody. Police did not say immediately how many arrests had actually been made. They interviewed some of the folks out there protesting in the streets, but as we roll toward the weekend, some of the advocacy organizations like Indivisible Chicago are planning a mass No King's Day of Violence protest at noon this Saturday to protest the ICE arrests and the Trump administration policy. Similar protests, according to their website, are set to kick off in more than 1,000 cities across the country. The rally's intended to counter the military parade that Trump's planned to mark the Army's 250th birthday. Now, in a statement released Sunday during the protest in L.A., organizers said, President Trump wants you to believe that the people of Los Angeles are destroying their own communities. That is false. Here's the truth. People are peacefully and lawfully protesting the administration's abuse of power and the abduction of their neighborhoods by ICE. Sounds like the statement Maxine Waters was trying to make this past day. She's actually there on at the podium saying, I was in the streets. There is no violence. Don't believe what you're seeing. I guess all these videos of police vehicles and police being pummeled by rocks, the fires, the autonomous vehicles burning, and none of that's actually happening. There is no violence, Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Well, I got to one ringy-dingy, two ringy-dingy recording there, so yeah. What was that lady's name there that did that bit about was the phone operator there? She was in that movie there with Dolly Parton there, the 9 to 5. Who was that was her sidekick in that movie?
Oh, was it Lily Tomlin, maybe?
There you go, Lily Tomlin. Yeah, she had that skit way back there. But yeah, she's another one there. I believe she's changed at one point or has been on the liberal side, as well as most of them out there in the land of fruit and nuts, as we say. And well, maybe that is all peaceful out there. That could all be just videos staged. I'm thinking maybe those movie people out there, they're pretty smart on making movies, and they can do a lot of computer generated stuff. Maybe it's all just
right. It's
made up by Hollywood.
Artificial intelligence. Yeah. No.
Exactly. Yeah. That's not real. That's all just made up for, put on video and TV and on the internet, but that's all fake news, Your Honor. There's nothing bad happening out there. But so has Washington D.C. been included in this mess yet? Has these supposed protesters come to Washington yet, or are they still on their way to try to line up in front of the Abrams tanks?
Right.
How's that going to work?
I mean, the report said that there have been some protests. Again, most of I guess there have been some legitimately peaceful protests in D.C. I don't think there's been any violence yet.
All right. Well, I guess we'll check it out a little later then. We're supposed to be sliding in there about daylight, so we'll see what happens in that area there. So, but anyways, I guess, hey, we're supposed to make it official today, ain't we?
We have not, yes. Take care of business.
Yeah, so, well, I guess we better do, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Hump day!
There we go. All right, now we got it official. So, did Becky get herself a pair of the George Jones, those rose-colored glasses there? What's she talking about? Strawberry moon. I'm looking at the moon. It don't look no different than normal. It is pretty round. And is tonight the full moon, or is tonight tomorrow? Well, now that today's the 11th. I mean, is it the 10th, the 11th, or the 11th into the 12th?
You are looking at the full moon tonight. Yes, tonight, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Tonight is the full moon as we speak. Yep.
Okay. So. But it don't look no strawberry. It's nice and round. It don't look like no strawberry. It ain't got no green top with a stem out of it or nothing. Heck is she talking about strawberry moon? I don't know. Crazy people out there just come up with these weird things that make things look like they're supposed to look like they're not. Anyways, we're just picking on Becky. That's all right. What else can we got? I don't know. Not a whole lot. So I can actually see the moon, so I guess that means it's not raining, I think. I don't know. It's been in so much rain here, Your Honor, I don't know when I'm in it and when I'm out of it.
Well, you're supposed to be out of it now, and you're supposed to be out of it for the next 3 days? You're supposed to be rolling into a dry stretch there in the Northeast. All right, let's get our news break here. More to come after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is sending 2,000 more National Guard troops to L.A., which Governor Newsom says is likely to increase tensions.
I have 394 National Guard men and women down at the border. I imagine they may even be pulled for this theatrical display.
According to Newsom, many people feel Trump is not focused on keeping Californians safe. Instead, he says, Trump is bringing in the U.S. military forces against its own citizens and creating a sense of disorder. President Trump says he wants to liberate Los Angeles.
The agitators are throwing firebombs, Molotov cocktails, lighting vehicles ablaze. You saw the cars that were burning, mobbing police officers and ICE officers.
He called the protests violent and thanked the National Guard and Marines who are being deployed to the city. He again called the protesters invaders and insurrectionists. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning, Dan. I believe the 3 fat truckers on board. He says, hello, Steve, in the overnight drive. There's Philip up and Adam Hope Day. He said, horse feathers, put the John boat on the tank so you can get to the home 20. All that rain they've seen. All right, meanwhile, Evan said, Steve, the mayor of L.A., claiming that Trump wants to take the immigrants' jobs away. Yeah, she forgot one thing. She forgot illegal. That is the narrative. That's what Newsom's saying. That's what Mayor Bass is saying. That's what Maxine Waters is saying. It's the leadership out there. And I think they actually believe this stuff. They believe what they're saying. Waters trying to say there is no violence. There was no violence. What is she talking about? I guess she wants to give you an audio clip and wants you to believe it. Don't bother paying any attention to the actual visuals you're seeing live. There was a television station, I think it was KTTV there in LA, covering on Monday afternoon live. Had like 3 different commentators, a female and 2 men, discussing what was going on there. And the female commentator was trying to make it sound like it's just it's a celebratory, it's a very peaceful atmosphere here. Oh, look, there's a pickup truck loaded with, they're bringing in food and water to support their fellow peaceful protesters. And the cameras then zoomed in on the back of this pickup truck loaded with boxes. And when they started divvying out these boxes to all these protesters, she became almost silent. Yeah, the two male commentators were like, wait a minute, I don't think that's food and water. It's what is that? Are those masks? Yeah, not your typical little blue masks. These were like gas masks. A whole truckload of tactical helmets and gas masks. And the two guys were like, I think these individuals are actually preparing for something a little different here. One of them's tagging the sidewall. They're marking where this, I'm a bit concerned about this. Who's paying for all this stuff? I know those masks are not $20 a piece. Morning, Pappy.
Steve, we're paying for it. Come on, man. Told you that last night. Our tax-paying money are going to these NGOs that are buying all this stuff and supplying it to the terrorists. Steve, this is all just a figment of our imagination, man.
Yeah, that's what they'd have us believe.
It's a figment of our imagination. Ain't none of this happened. Jeez, old Pete, man. Steve, I saw several news clips today, news video clips, different broadcasts I was kind of listening to as I was cutting the grass, working out in the yard most of the day today. I actually got the pressure washer out and did the driveway, sidewalks, and to finish that up aboard. Steve, man, some of that, what you were just saying, the mayor of L.A., Friday, Steve, this is right out of her mouth. She was talking about how it's peaceful and blah, 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 right? Then she even said, when ICE comes into our community, we got the intel of where they're going to be, and we are going to stop them.
And Tom Homan, with that, Tom Homan could legitimately go in and arrest her for interfering with the federal government.
Yeah. Obstructing official business, obstructing justice, whatever you want to call. I mean, there's probably a slew of things that aiding and abetting. No, the same thing with these newscasters. Oh my goodness, Steve. There was congressmen Saturday coming out and talking about this needs to go national. We need to get other states involved in this. I forget his name, but it was a congressman, Steve. You got people in D.C. attached to the Communist Democratic Party spewing this stuff, and that's why you're seeing all these other little fireballs popping up around the country. Steve, even prior to L.A. happening, I was hearing some scuttlebutt about this parade, that they were going to have a lot of demonstrations, protesting this. Trump's a dictator. He's bringing out all his military equipment, right? That kind of thing. Steve, this is important. I want you to listen to this. Let me say this first. I'm surprised when this news lady realized that the people inside that truck were pulling out gas masks. I'm surprised she didn't say those are probably mega supporters getting ready to stir some trouble.
So, boy. Right?
You know?
Yep.
Which leads me into this, Steve. Here, listen to me. I heard this scuttlebutt going around quite a few places, especially Alex Jones. Say what you want about him. Talking about these false flags. They want this civil war to happen. And Steve, we said this how many times in the past? What are these people willing to do? All right? I say they're willing to start a nuclear war. And if they're willing to start a nuclear war, Steve, they are willing to turn weapons against their own people, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think would happen, Steve, if, I mean, you've seen the line of protesters. You got somebody up on a roof with a fully automatic M16 machine gun, or even an AR, and they do a mag dump into that crowd. You know what a mag dump is, Steve? If you got an M16 that's fully automatic, you put a full 30-round mag in that weapon, you pull the trigger and you hold it down until the mag is
empty.
Dumped,
Yep.
gone, empty. Called a mag dump. And when they go find this person, oh, Steve, they got a mega hat on their head. You talk about really stirring the pot now. Last night I made the comment, before I talked, I might have been after, I can't remember. Fox was showing a caravan of these vehicles now going through the neighborhoods. I mean, a caravan. We're not just talking 10, 20 cars. And I made a post on Facebook. I said, whoa, I'm a little worried that they might start running over some police officers, standing out in the middle of the road trying to block that lane of travel, and next thing you know, here comes some pickup trucks, like happened down in New Orleans. And you just talked about it, Steve. Where was it? Chicago?
Chicago, yeah. Yep.
I'm telling you, be careful for a false flag. I mean, they're pushing buttons, Steve. They would like nothing more than somebody to get out there and just start mowing down some Hispanics. Steve, and another thing I have been hearing while I was cutting the grass is all these clips, right, of The View, of Cory Booker, Maxine Waters, several other people in D.C. talking about Trump is going to kill you. Dave, have you heard any of these?
That I have not, no.
The View was talking about it.
Wow.
I mean, we're going back months. The stuff I was hearing, just what the heck? They literally said that he's going to hunt down and kill. There was one, daggone it, I don't know if it was somebody on CNN or I don't know. It was a journalist. And then what's that other guy's name? That bald-headed, far-leaning radical left. James Carville, is it?
Right.
Steve. He was saying the same thing. This was before the election. He was saying if Trump gets elected, he's going to hunt down and kill black people.
Wow.
These tapes are out there. You can find them and you can listen to them. If you think I'm not trying to pull some wool over your eye, trying to act like CNN here. So they've been spewing this. Alex Jones played a lot of them, and he was saying this is their calling card. They are given the lines to say, right? So when they perpetrate the crime and blame it on a MAGA, the talking point and narrative has already been out there and set. Rest of your callers that call in tonight, let us know if you have heard any of these audio or video tapes where they talk about Trump literally will kill. James Carville was literally saying that, Steve. And the View was like, I literally fear for the lives of black people.
Wow.
And I'm just sitting here like, what the hell am I hearing here?
What are they trying to stir up? Yeah. Well, real quick before you roll, I mean, they're talking about these protests Saturday all over the country, and I mean, this town typically gets involved in those sort of scenarios. You're going to be working this weekend. Are you hearing any alerts? You getting any buzz? You getting any tactical advisories?
Being off, Steve. And listen, when I'm off, there's a way I can get into my cell phone, and it's been so long since I did it, but I can get into my work emails from my cell phone. But I don't do it when I'm off, man. I just don't want to. You know what I mean?
Yep.
When I get in Friday, Steve, this ain't no lie. When I get in, and I only been off a week now, right? When I get in Friday, I bet you I got 250, 300 emails. When you go on vacation for several weeks, you'll spend just 3 hours delete.
Yeah.
Okay, what's this one? All right, hold on. I'll read that later. You go in and delete all the nonsense ones where they'll send out emails that need overtime in this district or whatever. You know, it's just constant. The city of Cincinnati, CPD, if somebody calls in sick, they call in sick, Steve. They don't fill that beat. Right? County's not that way.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody calls in sick, somebody's got to fill that beat. And so we'll send out messages for overtime. And if nobody takes it, we actually have a mandatory overtime list. Well, guess what? The guy working day shift is going to stay over for a little while. It's like the Secret Service, Steve, protecting the president. If somebody calls in sick, they just don't go short. You know what I'm saying? That's not allowed, man. You got to fill that spot. So I don't know. My squad has we got like a little group text thing. They've been kind of texting back and forth tonight a little bit. So maybe I'll send something out, ask them if they're hearing anything, if the higher-ups are putting anything out. So I'm sure if anything's going on. Sometimes they will send out these scheduled messages. Well, I will get it. If it's something important, you know, my phone will ding and it'll be a text message. You know, it's happened before.
So there could be some overtime maybe coming our way this weekend, possibility. All right, thank you very much there, Pappy. Be safe, Allie. Enjoy your few days off. He's going to be out there again, back in the mix. Yeah, come this weekend for No King's Day. What's going on, Josh?
Hey, Steve. Just driving home from the airport. Just got back from Chicago. Had a great line review with Ace Hardware, and so just thought I'd give you guys a ring.
Chicago. Did you see any of the protest action up there today? They had a couple things going on.
I did not. Fortunately, I was by Midway Airport most of the time, out in the suburbs, so we stayed away from the downtown area.
That was probably a good thing.
Yeah.
So what's happening in your world, Josh? What do we got going on?
It's event season. Just finished up at UCC. I guess that was 2 weeks ago now, and once again had the winning team running Hot Shot Secret. So another UCC title into the company's cap, and we also released a race diesel as well. We call it Adrenaline R100 Plus, and it's for competition use. And that gentleman that won the event was running the diesel the entire time, and so real testament to the chemist and what we do in our technology and our products, that we were able to pull off a win using our diesel and our oils all at the same time.
Mm-hmm. So I know last weekend we've actually got a pretty busy schedule there with Hot Shot Secret. The MTPA kind of officially kicked things off. And then, of course, we've teamed up this year with the PPL folks. That's the Pro Pooling League, right? Who gets to go where? Right. Are you attending some of these, or?
I will be attending a couple this year, but not a lot. My focus is more towards our retail customers and taking care of that side of the business. So, but Kyle's going to Toma, Wisconsin, I believe, is this week. No, wait. I think I'm off a week. I don't have my schedule in front of me. I know brother Matt's going to Missouri for two separate events, and then Kyle's got the other one, which it might be.
That's the Iowa.
It's Farley, Iowa. Farley, Iowa. That's right. No, yeah. I'm off a week.
Yeah.
Like I said, I knew I was off a week, but Kyle has Farley, Iowa.
Okay.
And what's really unique about that event is they're giving out $50,000 for each class winner. It's the largest payout in polling history for a class, and so you're going to see a really good iron turned up really, really hot, and they're also streaming that event at fullpoll.tv if you want to check that out.
Okay. So, I mean, we're getting our weekly updates from our old pal there, Mr. Dunlap there, and you got a new headquarters for the NTPA.
Yeah, they moved closer to Hot Shots. They're in Marion, Ohio, just down the road a bit, and that was real good. They moved to a bigger facility. They now own it, and so that allows them to do some things they weren't able to do before in the past.
Mm-hmm. So you said you were at talking about? Was it Ace Hardware?
Yeah, Ace Hardware. Currently, they stock a few products in their DCs for stores to order, but it's not really on the actual shelf unless it's a local store owner do it themselves,
mm-hmm.
which Ace, being independents, they do that quite a bit anyway. But we're there to help educate them on what's going on in the marketplace, and then they're actually resetting their automotive set. They do that every 4 to 5 years, so it was good to get in front of them, give them some new information about the marketplace, and some of the new products we have as well they weren't even aware of. So really good meeting.
How big is Ace now? We used to have an Ace right around the corner from us, but I mean, over the years, the Home Depots and the Lowe's, they've all come in. Is Ace still a pretty big operation around the country?
It is. I believe it's 5,100 stores is what I was told.
Okay.
And it's actually growing quite a bit. With True Value announcing their bankruptcy, some of those True Values are turning into Ace. Some are going to Do It Best, and some of the other associated hardware chains out there. So, but they're seeing a lot of growth into the definitely the rural market was a focus of theirs, and really, we see them as one of those good places because they have a lot of training they do through their associates as well, and we like to be able to train people with product knowledge.
Well, speaking of products, we anything new recently? You mentioned the racing. Is that just for racing purposes or the pulling purposes? Oil?
Yep. It's diesel fuel just for racing.
Oh, fuel.
Whether it be pulling, drag racing, dyno, anything that's got a performance application. It does require some tuning to get the most out of the fuel. Also, a new product is a transmission fluid, Green Diamond ULV, which is made for most of the 10-speed vehicles that are a lot of trucks and SUVs. The truck I'm driving right now actually has a 10-speed in it, so real popular. A lot of newer vehicles using that transmission. It's actually a joint venture between Ford and GM, so a lot of those transmissions on the road, and we're really happy to be able to finally offer that fluid for people, as a good replacement for the OEM fluid.
Are these things you have to go to the website? You got to go to hotshotsecret.com to get?
Yeah, absolutely. Those would be hotshotsecret.com, or go there and look for your local independent dealer as well. And a lot of them stock it, and or just let them know you want it before you go down to their doors, and they can get it into their shop for you as well.
Okay. All right, we're about up to news break here. You got some more for us? You want to hang on and come back after the break?
Sure.
All right. Headed back to the home 20. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Rolling into Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed, or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The night before that was terrible. We had some bad people. We had people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the Trump administration is deploying another 2,000 California National Guard troops.
Newsom made the announcement on his X profile while saying only 300 of the first 2,000 have been deployed. The rest are sitting unused in federal buildings without orders. Newsom went on to add, the administration ramped up tensions on Monday, ordering the U.S. military to deploy about 700 Marines to Los Angeles to protect federal personnel and resources as pro-immigration protests in the city continue. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Nearly half of Americans are disagreeing with President Trump's decision to send Marines to L.A. in response to mass protests.
According to a flash poll from YouGov, 47% of respondents disapproved of Trump's military deployment, while 34% agreed and 19% said they weren't sure. The poll also found results were split along party lines, with Democratic respondents 6 times as likely to disagree with Trump's military involvement. I'm Brian Shook.
Still no verdict in the sex crimes retrial of Harvey Weinstein in New York.
Jurors wrapped up a 4th day of deliberations Tuesday as they try to decide if the former Hollywood producer is guilty of rape and sexual assault against 3 women who gave emotional testimony during the trial. Prosecutors argue their evidence shows Weinstein forced himself on his accusers. Weinstein's lawyers presented evidence they say proves he only had consensual relationships with the women. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
A former state worker has pled guilty to stealing nearly $900,000 from Washington State.
Matthew Ping worked for the Washington State Office of Administrative Hearings as the credit card custodian. Prosecutors say he followed a complex scheme to use credit cards and steal $878,000 from the state agency over 4 years. Ping will be sentenced in September. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
It sounds at times that he would go out and would be leaving off grid for sometimes up to 2.5 months.
Federal authorities are taking over the search for a Washington State man accused of murdering his 3 young daughters.
The Chelan County Sheriff's Office says the federal help allows their deputies to get some rest. Suspect Travis Decker allegedly strangled his daughters, ages 5, 8, and 9, then left their bodies at a campsite near Leavenworth. Decker's dog was found in his truck, alive. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Attitudes about abortion in the U.S. are changing. Your opinion on the issue may depend on your gender.
3 years after the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade, support for abortion rights is splitting along gender lines. A new Gallup survey finds 61% of women call themselves pro-choice compared to 41% of men. Is abortion morally acceptable? 57% of women said yes, 40% of men say the same. 56% of women said abortion should be legal in most circumstances. 41% of men agree. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The Southern Baptist Convention is holding its annual meeting in Dallas.
Members will vote on efforts to get the Supreme Court to overturn the right to same-sex marriage. That right was established in 2015, and now the country's largest Protestant denomination will consider formally working to try and get that decision overturned. The convention also plans to vote on measures calling for pornography and sports betting to be outlawed, defunding Planned Parenthood, and opposing abortion. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When you're injecting
injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, time zone to time zone. Make our way into a new day. Hump Day coming on here midweek. 11th day of June. And the official arrival of summer is just around the corner. Although it has not yet felt a whole lot like summer in our area. All right, Josh, welcome back.
Yeah, just about ready to get to the home 20 myself, actually, so that's good signs for me. The only other thing I could think of is got a lot of new retail places recently. All the sets coming on board. If anyone's looking for LX4, which is the lubricity additive for your diesel fuel or gasoline, O'Reilly Auto Parts is now carrying that as well.
Okay.
So most loves and also now O'Reilly's as well. So another great product that's on shelf at the retailers. And FR3 and Stiction Eliminator are both at select Walmart stores as well. About 1,600 locations nationwide. So another place to go get those products if you're looking for that stuff.
All right, working on growing with each passing day, right?
Absolutely. Opportunities are endless. And, always welcome, product suggestions and things that we can look at as well. So, keep sending them our way. If need to reach out to me directly, they can, or if they just hop them to you, you can hop them back over to me as well, and we'll take them in consideration when we do, new products, looking at changing formulas and everything else in between.
All righty, so I know we got Father's Day weekend coming up here. I think you're a father of 2 years now. Is that correct?
3 years already.
Is it
believe
been?
it or not.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, boy, the time flies,
Yeah.
Josh. How about that?
Yes, it does.
All right. Well, happy Father's Day in advance.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Well, I'll let you get settled in back to the home 20. I guess you'll be late to the office this morning, I presume.
I have an 8:30 meeting, so not too late.
No. Okay, you better sleep fast.
I'll sleep fast, yep. And I drove right by the office on the way home, and I go, why am I not stopping?
Wow. All right, thank you much, Josh. Good to hear from you. Keep us up to speed what's going on. Yes, indeed. Wow. Got to be there at 8:30? Okay, that'll be more like a nap, and then off to work we go. Morning, Malpractice.
What's up, my brother? From a different mother, but the same father. What's going on?
Plugging away, hump day. How's your week going?
Well, man, it really kind of sucks because I'm having to run the midnight hours, and if you ever seen how pretty I am, I need my rest, man. I'm just saying, it's not helping me with my beauty this week. Father's Day, I may not look as good as I normally do.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, I just calling in. I all that government conspiracy crap. I'm not into all that. I mean, I know it's out there happening, but the Lord's going to come back and He's going to make it all right anyway. But I just wanted to tell you update you a little bit on our bird flu. We got had the two farms that we lost 3 million birds at each place. We got like 600,000 birds in one, and we got 600,000 birds in the other, and we're taking back off in them two places, but every place else we're it's doing real good. But I know the eggs have come down, and Trump's going to say it was him, but really it was just it's just the cycles, man. Is what it is. But
so do you think have they pretty much got? I mean, I haven't really been hearing anything about additional farms coming down with infection. Have they got things kind of under control with the bird flu at the moment?
Yeah. Right now, see what the deal is, Steve. When they go north out of Mexico,
yeah.
When they're down there, they get it there, and then they transfer it as they're going across the U.S., going up north. And then that's when you get it, and that's in we've already went through that period. So now the next time will be when they fly, south out of Canada. Then that's when we got to go through. We go through it about twice a year where it's really bad. But Purdue, which we're out of Indiana, our main office is, and Purdue had created a whole wing on trying to figure out. We took all our dead birds up, a lot of our dead birds up there, and they was trying to figure out if they could, pinpoint how to get a shot or an injection that would, help our birds.
Mm-hmm.
But they still haven't got anything like that done yet. But they're working on it. Like I say, they've got a whole. I mean, it's huge, and they're testing birds all the time. So, but yeah, it's right now it's under control. I'll put it that way.
Okay, and that's just and obviously that's like you said. That's why the price of eggs are coming down. It was supposedly supply and demand, right?
Yeah, I mean, dumb Biden, he done some stupid things, and what they found out was, Steve, that that's what they're telling our people that like we had 2 houses out of 36 houses that got infected. Well, what Biden, when he was in there, he made it where we had to kill the whole flock.
All 30?
I mean, because
36 houses?
All 30.
Wow.
Yeah, 36 houses with 100,000 in each bird, 100,000 birds in each one. We had to kill them. And what it was, we found out that the mice, because the mice, the chicken houses are all the poop goes down in the bottom,
mm-hmm.
and what it does, the mice that's where they live at and chicken crap. So
mm-hmm.
they was carrying it from one house to another. So and that they figured out that's why they done that. But see, we wouldn't have had to kill all 36 houses, And now the Trump people are saying we're going to stop killing all these birds. We're going to kill what has the bird flu,
mm-hmm.
and if it just keeps, and that way we'll progress. If it progresses, we'll progress instead of just killing the whole farm.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, but hey, I was going to tell you, I've been at my place of employment for 21 years, and they got me and my wife a all expense paid cruise to Alaska, and we're going on that next month. And I've never been on a cruise before. I know you have because you've sponsored a bunch of them. Is there anything that I should look for that would be a good to do or not good to do? You got any pointers?
I've never done an Alaskan cruise. I mean, typically, you get on the website, obviously, in advance and look at some of the excursions that they'll have available. If there's certain things you want to do, obviously, Alaska, and you've got where you can get off and you can see some of the wildlife. You'll see the moose and things of that nature, but we do the warmer climates. We do the Caribbean thing, and that's where you have your options. You got the zip lining or the tubing or the day at the beach excursions, or you can take the pirate ship and all that. Yeah, those are. Otherwise, are you doing a carnival or what cruise line are you doing?
What it is, it's carnival, and it's what it is. It's a gospel. I'm a preacher, so if I was to do the other ones, I'd have to put blinders on, Steve, because I'm still human.
Uh-huh.
All them women. So this way I don't get in trouble with the wife. I've been married to her 43 years.
Yeah.
That way I don't get in trouble with her. and every once in a while I keep my sunglasses on where I can look a little bit, but not, but they'll be wearing thick clothes. But, it's really not good for a Pentecostal preacher to be out there, with a bunch of naked girls, because the devil, I'm just like everybody else, baby. I can be tempted like the rest of us. We're all human.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Well, God bless you, my brother. Happy Father's Day to you, and I love everybody out there. And you all be safe, and watch out for those riders, because I was going to tell you, I don't know if it's legal, but our company says I have a gun carry permit.
Mm-hmm.
I started carrying a gun with me after about 10 years ago, when all that COVID crap, people started getting stupid. I mean, I've never been in trouble with it, but I mean, I just don't understand why people want to hurt people anyway. But I guess it is what it is.
All right, better safe than sorry, right? And I know you're not alone, brother. I mean, there's many out there, and even many drivers, working for companies that have a policy against, where they'd say, well, I'd rather lose my job and have my life than lose my life. Well, I still have a job, don't I? Right? What really matters? 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Quite the interesting breakdown from Freight Waves. I believe it was the contributor Jim Palmer, talking about some oddities that are taking place in the trucking industry, as far as a very odd number of new motor carriers popping up in certain areas around the country. He starts by saying, if you think you know where new trucking companies are planning routes, think again. Texas and California, yes, still lead the nation in raw numbers of new motor carriers being granted, but something very different is happening when you zoom in. Some rather quiet zip codes, like 93722, Fresno, California, 78045, Laredo, Texas, are quietly leading the nation in new authority issuances. And it's not random. It's not just about opportunity. It is about, he says, the way America's trucking landscape is being reshaped, zip code by zip code, by a complex combination of regulation loopholes, international labor dynamics, and a post-pandemic market still struggling to find its footing. Now, using verified authority history data from the searchcarriers.com, it's time to pull the curtain back. It isn't just about where the growth is, it's about what kind of growth we're seeing and whether current systems are equipped to handle it. And this is amazing. So far this year, by May of 2025, 26,394 new motor carrier authorities have been granted, according to the FMCSA data. Just in May, here's how the top 10 states stacked up. 694 in California, 664 in Texas, 404 in Florida, 288 in Illinois, 259 Pennsylvania, and they go on down the line. Now, nothing shocking there until you get below the state line, he says. When we narrowed the lens, the picture changed. With the zip codes for motor carriers granted in May of 2025. According to the searchcarriers.com, top zip codes for new carrier authorities granted in just, again, May of this year reveal a concentration of activity in California and Texas, with Fresno leading the nation. The surge highlights some key geographic entry points that would warrant some deeper oversight. As audit gaps and compliance risks continue to grow, these zip codes represent more than numbers. They reflect nodes in a freight network that's undergoing more scrutiny. Fresno now leads the nation in motor carriers granted last month, being the 5th largest city in California. At first glance, it looks like a win for entrepreneurial trucking. The Central Valley's been home for a thriving Punjabi trucking community, deeply experienced, asset-based, critical to agriculture and reefer freight. But below the foundation is a rising pattern of one-and-done authorities. Many of these carriers are linked to short-lived LLCs. They file, run for a few months under one DOT number, then vanish, sometimes popping up days later under a different MC. The phenomenon is called ghost fleeting, leading us to question how many of these fleets are we actually missing. Laredo shows up twice in the top 10 zip codes as the largest land port between the U.S. and Mexico. That's not surprising. But multiple FreightWaves investigations have indeed uncovered some deeper issues. Carriers domiciled in Laredo have been linked to misuse of the B-1 visa drivers. You know, the Mexican nationals who are only permitted to cross the border, but oftentimes found running domestic freight. The FMCSA has limited enforcement powers on visa status, leaving a massive gap in oversight. The labor cost advantage is massive, so large, in fact, that compliant U.S. carriers are being undercut in their own backyard. And now, with 24 new motor carriers popping up in just one city last month, the oversight burden is growing faster than enforcement can actually keep up. Bakersfield, California, Manteca, California. These zips are hotspots for immigrant-led companies. Many with strong business acumen and solid ties to major reefer shippers, but just like Fresno, the risk is not with the community, it's with the system failing to verify who is legitimate and who's laundering safety scores through these shell motor carriers. In many cases, the FMCSA is not auditing these carriers until months and months past the 18-month new entrant window, if they ever get around to them at all. Rather interesting, but all right, let's head on down to Florida. We'll kick things off with Philip. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I want to congratulate two companies that have got their authorities now. And one of them we talk to every now and then. Company is FSC Trucking. You know who that guy is?
Some guy named Q-Ball. Yeah, right.
All right, he's got his authority now.
Okay.
And there's another company called the Wet. It's kind of hard to, some people say it AM Jazz and some people call it AM Jazz, but it's Alice and Martin Jazz. They own a company out of Wisconsin. They're really close to where Q-Ball is. And they got 3 trucks, and they have a YouTube thing. And they've got their authority now. Now, they've had an authority before in California, but they moved over to Wisconsin because they got tired of California and what was going on over there. So they moved over to Wisconsin. They love it over there now better. But that's 2 companies that are doing it the right way. They're out there busting the move, getting it done. And that's what you want to see. None of this made up junk and covering up and laundering money and all that junk. You know, so I want to congratulate those 2 companies for their hard work. And I mean hard work. So, but I do appreciate that little tidbit you sent me on my messenger there about our fine sheriff down here in Florida.
How about that?
Mr. Grady Judd.
Yep.
I'm telling you, only thing you need to steal, you go into jail, you're going to have to steal something off that food tray you get in the line there now. So, you know, we got to watch that. And
I came across that yesterday morning. It was right on the, because you were kind of talking about that last night, and I just found it interesting. Yeah, it was a little piece, Grady Judd with Ron DeSantis at the podium kind of, I guess, a couple of days ago. Yeah, serving advance notice to these looters and rioters and people that want to go out there and take something for nothing when the opportunity arises. He's letting them know, you're going to jail. We ain't going to be messing around.
Absolutely. I love Grady's analogies and the way he presents things. He loves visual aids. He brings his pictures to his press conferences, and he has no mens about words. And he will tell you that his organization is filled with simply the best people that can possibly be out there to do their job the way they need to do it. And he lets everybody know that every time he goes to his press conference. I see her at 28. Do you mind if...
Yeah, I was going to say. Hey, we're rolling up on the news break here, so... All right, once we get back and finish up with Philip, we'll have clear lines at 844-844-3388. So jump on in as we roll into, we call it Hump Day. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is sending 2,000 more National Guard troops to L.A., which Governor Newsom says is likely to increase tensions.
I have 394 National Guard men and women down at the border. I imagine they may even be pulled for this theatrical display.
According to Newsom, many people feel Trump is not focused on keeping Californians safe. Instead, he says, Trump is bringing in the U.S. military forces against its own citizens and creating a sense of disorder. President Trump says he wants to liberate Los Angeles.
The agitators are throwing firebombs, Molotov cocktails, lighting vehicles ablaze. You saw the cars that were burning, mobbing police officers and ICE officers.
He called the protests violent and thanked the National Guard and Marines who are being deployed to the city. He again called the protesters invaders and insurrectionists. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, we are back. And get right back to Philip here. There we go. Welcome back, Philip. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, Steve, you think Ross Chastain needs to get sponsored by Rainey's? You know, they sell them watermelon lights, and he's a watermelon guy, so I wonder, but you know what? I don't think NASCAR would let him put those on the car because they're not approved. That's not a NASCAR approved item,
Right.
But, and by the way, 5'7", hi, buddy. I know I had the other day I was talking to 5'7" in a group chat. And he was asking, what the heck is a watermelon light? And I told him, he's like, oh, okay. And that's the latest craze, I guess. We just called them chicken lights back in the day.
Yeah.
But, well, the old launch got canceled again, Steve. Did you hear that? Was going to go today, but, you know, they've got an oxygen leak somewhere in that Falcon 9, and they got to figure out where it's at. So they're still working on it. Sounds like he's getting some of the gremlins from the Starship over there in the Falcon fleet. What do you think, Steve? You think he's getting gremlins that are jumping over?
Well, oxygen is not a good thing to leak when you got high temperatures and open flames, right?
No, it isn't. And that's kind of the same stuff that's been going on with his other Starship deal. But if you want to picture what oxygen can do, Steve, you've seen a cutting torch, right? You ever see those cutting torches, you know, they cut steel with?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you know, they got a little handle on there. You push that handle. Well, what that little handle does was it puts more oxygen into the fire. And when it puts more oxygen in that fire, it blows it up, and that's what you see when it cuts metal. So, sorry about that. To give a little science test there, and us Florida style down here. You know, Steve, we're getting to be the land of stupid. Those that are going that way and those that are headed that way. It's just getting crazy down here, Steve. Somebody said, was it you that said Tampa yesterday? They're talking about these protests.
That was correct. Yep, Tampa.
You know, and we'll see. And then I got to doing some further reading yesterday, and it's even been spawned over here in Miami, and they're doing this statewide thing and all that. And Steve, if you get time and you can do a search there on Google, you ever heard of Palm Bay, Florida?
Certainly.
Okay, Palm Bay, Florida's got a problem right now. They've got a sewage leak. And this sewage leak is going into a creek. Who would think Florida would have creeks, but we do have them. Mostly we call those ditches down here, but they call them creeks. But Palm Bay, they were working on a pipe, at least that's to my understanding, and we put a bunch of stuff in the wrong place, if you know what I mean, Steve. And you know those big vac trucks, they're trying to figure out how many of those they can put into their population, because they need to suck as much of this stuff out of the way that they can. And they leaked into Turkey Creek. Now, Turkey Creek goes in, you guys don't know about the Indian River, that runs up from, north of Titusville all the way down to Fort Pierce. So we can't be putting that in that. And by the way, there's inlets that connect that into the ocean. So we got to watch out. If you get a chance, pull that article up, Steve. I think Click Orlando has it, but it's something that, you know, we got to be careful with that kind of stuff. We can't be putting that into the environment now. So that's all I got tonight, bud. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's where you end up with the no swimming signs on the beach. Things get kind of nasty there, right? You go in for a swim and come out with a fungus or worse. There it is. It's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Daryl. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family, and how's Stryker, and how's my boy Evil Knievel Avery doing?
Evil Knievel's staying over at Papaw's house tonight, as a matter of fact. I'm glad you asked about Stryker. Guess what? Stryker will be back in action today, Wednesday. He's back to work. Yesterday, Stephen had to take him out for, I guess, recertification. So it's like an all-day deal, but they had to take him out. Stephen said the one thing he was concerned about, that he was going to be able to pass his obedience. That's where they give the commands, you know, to sit, turn, all the things they tell him to do.
Yeah.
But they took him out, and I guess they took him out to an abandoned mall, and they had hidden some suspicious devices, and then they take him through, and I think they line up this whole row of like backpacks and duffel bags, and at first they might have nothing in them. Then they take him around and walk, and then they come back, and they've stashed some drugs in there. He has to do everything, and he's got to find the drugs, or he's got to find the explosives, and Stephen said he passed with flying colors, so he's back on the job today.
Well, I'm glad old Stryker is wearing his uniform and is back in service.
Back in the saddle.
I appreciate the canine. I appreciate the canine dogs, and I appreciate the canine officers.
Yep.
Because I've heard the men say that when you go into these huge warehouses, there's just nothing much that they can do. But with that canine dog, they can stand at one end and the guy comes running out the other end. So that's where they're very useful.
Yes, sir.
The Pentecostal preacher, I want to tell him a story back during the Old West days when the ladies wore hoop skirts. One came riding up to church side saddle, and she jumped off, and that skirt caught on the saddle horn. And the preacher was standing there with 6 or 8 men, and he told them to close their eyes or they'd go blind. And one old feller said, well, he thought he would chance one eye. Tell that man that's going to Alaska tour, be sure to go to Juneau, the capital.
Yeah.
That was the most interesting part of my Alaska tour. I really enjoyed Juneau. And you might want to go to Sitka, the Russian town. My wife really enjoyed going over to Sitka. I didn't go, but I wished I had. And he will enjoy the Alaskan tour. Have you got that pool cover off yet? And have you taken a dip yet?
The pool cover's off. The water's mighty chilly there, Daryl. No, I did get the water. It's looking pretty good, but it's mighty chilly.
I've got one next door, and I've been watching it for 20 years, and I haven't seen a soul in it up to... I think everybody's waiting until the 4th of July, Steve.
Well, until we start getting some more like 80-degree days and overnight lows closer to 70 versus this 50s stuff, yeah, overnight the temperature just drops like a brick.
I've been mowing grass twice a week. What have you been doing over your way?
I'm right there with you. I needed to cut it yesterday. I'm going to try to hit it today if I can get out there before the rain arrives.
Well, the cool weather don't seem to bother the growing grass at all. Man, it is just, every time you turn around, you got to get the lawnmower out. I'll let you go. Enjoy your show, Steve, and I enjoy that extreme gas additive. It keeps my old F-150 humming at 210,000 miles. Talk to you later.
Thank you very much, Daryl, and thanks for. He always asks about Stryker, and for once I had some actual news. Stryker will be back in service today, so Stephen was pretty thrilled about that. And we got about 17 before the hour. I came across just a few moments ago from the Western Journal. Of course, obviously, a lot of attention being paid to the anti-immigration customs enforcement riots in the L.A. area. President Trump himself, even given the harrowing situation, the leadership overseeing the response, a lot of attention. Of course, despite all the chaos in California, the Department of Justice making it clear that they're still doing what they do, cracking down on major crime elsewhere in California. They announced a Mexican national who operated as a high-level cocaine trafficker was actually sentenced to nearly 20 years in prison Monday, as a matter of fact. Of note is this particular Mexican national's web of crime mostly affected the very city that the ICE riots are taking place in. Jorge Humberto Perez Cazares, also known as Cadet, of Sinaloa, Mexico, 41 years old, was a leader and organizer of a transnational drug trafficking organization responsible for shipping multiple tons of cocaine from Central America into Mexico for further distribution into the United States, specifically L.A. Cazares used violence to protect his narcotics shipments and worked with a close affiliate of the co-leader of the Sinaloa cartel. Drug traffickers like Cazares use violence to profit off bringing poisonous drugs into the United States with no regard for the welfare of our citizens, according to the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. He added, today's sentence demonstrates the DOJ will not rest in bringing drug traffic leaders to justice. Now, the Assistant Director, Jose Perez, of the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division, stressed the magnitude of this bust. This sentence marks the downfall of a trafficker who fueled violence and addiction on both sides of the border. We will continue to target the command structures of these cartels and dismantle their operations. Now, he said Cazares was not just moving multiple ton quantities of cocaine. He was fueling a criminal empire. He funneled substantial amount of narcotics into the United States and then profited off the pain of addiction. The government proved he was no middleman. He was a leader. Now facing 232 months in prison after the sentencing, authorities first targeted Cazares all the way back in 2014, where initial raids yielded $1.4 million in cash and 70 kilos of cocaine. That case was part of Operation Take Back America, a nationwide initiative, marshaled the full resources of the DOJ to repel the invasion of illegal immigration. They were hoping to achieve the total elimination of cartels and other transnational criminal organizations. It's a lot of work to get those sort of things done, but all right, it is 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster, well, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, let's you and I talk. Well, let's say one thing. I'm only gonna mow grass once a week. I ain't mowing it twice a week. I don't care how bad they want it there. I used to mow the grass out there at the church 18 hours every Saturday for 20 acres on a 2440 John Deere, and that was enough. So
no doubt.
Tennessee and I both try to avoid mowing grass. We try to both. Let's talk about power of attorney over your spouse. Tennessee, well, they said she had a stroke, and she just wouldn't wake up at all for nothing. So they said that they had a treatment for her, but they couldn't do it because she wouldn't wake up. I said, well, I'll give you authority to do it. Well, you don't have a power of attorney over her. We can't do that without her giving the permission. Now, she has it over me, but she's had it since the 1980s, back when I was in the Marine Corps and going overseas. So if you got some elderly parents, you need to have power of attorney to make decisions for them. And them doctors ain't going to listen to you.
And what's amazing to me is
they're too worried about them.
You're married, right? That's your spouse, and then the husband or wife cannot. So if something were to happen to my wife and she couldn't physically sign off on the paperwork to authorize treatment, they wouldn't allow me to do it.
No. Here's why, Steve. She might wake up and say, I didn't want that done, and then sue that doctor. It's all about that money. Every bit of it. That's why they're scared to death over that. And I agree. That malpractice insurance is probably out the roof. And they're not going to do nothing without you. What's the legal age of consent, Steve? It's 21. It ain't 18. It's 21.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they hold it to, the law. So anyway, I went to the doctor today, and they told me all I had was a respiratory infection. But she was swabbing my nose and throat to make sure I didn't have COVID or any of that other stuff. And I told her about the time I sneezed on Tennessee and gave her COVID. And as she was swabbing my nose, she said, hold on a minute, and got a plastic face shield, see. I don't blame her. Hell, I would have. Well, we got some good news on Tennessee today. Her nephew is a neurological oncologist. I guess that's how you pronounce that. Over at University of Arkansas. And we've been sending all of her records to him. They were ready to put Tennessee, because she wouldn't wake up, they were ready to put her in hospice, end of life care. So, and this was from Tony himself. He says, I also showed the films to the vascular team. This is clearly brain lymphoma. That's LYMPHOMA, not a stroke. My recommendation is still transfer to an acute hospital. Well, they misdiagnosed her, see. That brain lymphoma has the same characteristics of a stroke when you have one. So, I don't know. She's waking up now. They went back and done new scans and new MRIs on her today, CT scan, and they come in there and told them, oh, we found a mass in her brain. And my daughter got on to him, says, well, hell, it's been there. Said, we've got proof from the first scan we done. So now they moved her to the right part of the hospital and treating her right for what she actually has, and she's gonna be all right, I guess. Well, and then the next big decision will come after the hemo-oncology doctors come talk to us tomorrow or Thursday, and we'll be asking treatment options and prognosis. Can she survive the treatment? The tumors in the brain makes this considerably more complex, see.
Okay.
But we still have hope. Yep. So that's the biggest thing. We've got hope that she's going to survive all of this. I want to give a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Sommers, Brother Rambler. Buy you some Seville products, some Hot Shot Secret products, Diesel Extreme, Gasoline Extreme, Everyday Diesel, Anhydrous. We've got a whole list of it, don't we, see?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, well, you can buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, too. Y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. My daughter sent me this text this morning, Steve. She had gone down there to be in the hospital with Tennessee there. She says, oh, my God, the lady next door is taking the worst poop. They had a shared bathroom, see? So.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, if you want to live a long, prosperous, healthy life, avoid all doctors, lawyers, bankers, preachers, especially them damned old truck drivers there. And we got a caller, he fits two of them categories there, Steve. But I guarantee you one thing, I want Brother Rambler to keep on doing what God called him to do. And don't worry about me. Just keep on doing what you're called to do. See, I can't be as good as him, but love is just a 4-letter word. It's something you have to do and not just say. And see, he tells everyone he loves them. Well, I'm not going to sing that Loretta Lynn song classic. You ain't want enough to be Tennessee. So That's all my bull on it for this go around, Mr. Stevenson.
All right. Well, thanks for the full update. And yeah, he kind of gave me he will not be with us in that loneliest. I had a long day, so they got him on some antibiotic. His voice, he does sound a lot better. Man, oh man, he sounded horrible yesterday morning, didn't he? Sounds a little bit better. And I'm kind of it's so they diagnosed her here a couple of weeks ago. They said she had a stroke. And now they come back and they're saying they did additional brain scans. I mean, you do the CT scan. I don't see how you could miss a mass on the brain and then come back and say, well, she didn't have a stroke. It's brain lymphoma. Said he ain't going to do nothing. I mean, I said, that's medical malpractice, ain't it? Because they had her damn near ready to check her in for end-of-life care with hospice. That's all right. Let's wait and see when they come back what the treatment options are going to be. I mean, when it comes to the brain, that undoubtedly makes anything more complicated. Is it a slow growth or sort of cancer? Is it something? How long's it been there? They got to go through all those kind of things and see what the next steps are going to be. So continued prayers for Tennessee. But all right, let me see who we got out there. Chicago Feeder is on board. Rubber Duck checking in, babysitting the frogs in Mishawaka this morning. Rick in Columbus checking in. Sorry, guys, I haven't been on. I've been pretty sick the last several days. All right, Rick, not been feeling real good as well. All right, hope you feel better there, brother. 844-844-3388 to the number to dial us up. I guess we're, about a minute from news break here. So let's say good morning to 5-7. Up and at 'em, copying the mail. Go Navy. Fred checking in. Good morning, Steve, and all the drivers from Central Louisiana. We are clear. No rain so far this morning. All right. Drivers traveling the Pennsylvania Turnpike, you're going to notice some big changes as crews start tearing down the toll booths as part of the system's transition to what they call open road tolling only. More to come after this. We'll get to the scrapyard. Eagle will join us again in our next hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. ICE arrests are rising under the Trump administration.
100,000 arrests have happened this year, which marks a big jump from last year. In fiscal year 2024, ICE arrested 113,000 people, while the Trump administration is approaching that number in only 6 months. I'm Brian Shook.
U.S. trade officials are getting together with their Chinese counterparts in London.
The talks are aimed at resolving an ongoing trade dispute between the world's two largest economies. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and Trade Representative Jameson Greer are representing the U.S. during the meeting with the Chinese Vice Premier Hu Lifeng, who is Beijing's lead trade negotiator. The talks come after Trump said he had a lengthy phone call with Chinese President Xi last week, as both look to avert a full-blown trade war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The World Bank is cutting its global growth projections.
It now expects the global economy to expand by 2.3% this year, which is down sharply from an earlier forecast of 2.7%. The bank cited international discord over trade as a primary factor in its new report Tuesday. It also cut its 2025 growth forecast for the U.S. to 1.4%, noting that the outlook could improve if major countries strike new trade agreements. I'm Matt Mattinson.
4 senior Biden White House aides are agreeing to testify before the House Oversight Committee.
According to a committee aide, the testimonies, which are set to begin on June 24th, come as part of a probe into former President Biden's mental acuity while in office. The former president has maintained he drove his own decisions during his presidency, and there's no evidence aides acted on his behalf in response to his ailing health. The Senate will hold a hearing on the matter next week. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 105 points, the S&P 500 added 32 points, and the Nasdaq rising 123 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta says the state's suing the Trump administration.
He says it's for deploying hundreds of National Guard members to Los Angeles, calling the move unlawful.
They unlawfully invoked a law that's intended to prevent an invasion by a foreign nation or a rebellion, or local and state law enforcement make it so that the laws of the United States cannot be executed.
Bonta criticized Trump's decision to send 2,000 troops in response to immigration protests, arguing it was unnecessary. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A coffee shop in Oakland, California is facing a lawsuit from the federal government for alleged discrimination against Jewish customers.
U.S. Department of Justice officials have filed a lawsuit against the owners of the Jerusalem Coffee House. According to the suit, the owner of the coffee shop saw a customer wearing a hat with the Star of David on it and asked the customer if he was Jewish. The owner continued a pointed line of questioning and ultimately accused the customer of supporting a genocide before kicking them out of the shop. The lawsuit said such actions violate laws prohibiting racial and religious discrimination. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Stephen A. Smith says he has no desire to run for office.
The sports commentator said he no longer had an interest in a political bid because he'd have to give up a lot of money to do that, and he'd rather be a hellraiser. Smith has publicly teased a political run in the past. Despite the change in desire, Smith still wants to be a major player in terms of a voice and a conduit for change. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I saw the headline. I guess the president was he at Fort Bragg? Which I think it was Bragg yesterday. But the president announcing he's ordered the Pentagon to restore the names of 7 Army bases back to their original designation, fulfilling a campaign promise that he made to revert 9 bases in total back to their original names. Now, Defense Secretary Hegseth reverted Fort Bragg and Fort Benning earlier this year back to their original names. Trump said, for a little breaking news, we're also going to be restoring the names to Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, and Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee. He was speaking there as this is the celebration week, the Army's 250th anniversary. Fort Bragg was renamed after Private First Class Roland Bragg, a decorated Army paratrooper who served in World War II, not Confederate General Braxton Bragg, as was the original. Likewise, Fort Benning was renamed by Hegseth to honor World War I hero Corporal Fred G. Benning, not Confederate Lieutenant General Henry Benning. They were all renamed in 23 during the Biden administration following the process that started in 2021. He signed a bill to change the names of bases that were named after slave state generals. All that in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests, recall. But hey, let me get to Scrapyard checking in here on a hump day. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Oh, just been a hell of a night. And I let down with that stomach bug. It's going nationwide, and I had to call the cops on a driver earlier tonight because he was about running me off in the center meeting, and then a third party hauling a Snyder trailer, same situation, and about 40 miles to catch him, but they finally got him. Thank God, and all that. Before he ended up on the dadgum news. Well, that Knucklebuster, me and mine will be praying for you in Miss Tennessee. That on that, it's a hard thing. That lymphoma and all that. The reason they may have not found it when earlier, lymphoma is a fast-growing cancer. It usually just all of a sudden it just takes off like kudzu. Once it sprouts, it's early stages. Because, cells double and all that, so the growth rate would have been slow when it first started, so it'd been real tiny, just a little tiny seed, about the size of a grain of sand, and then it starts replicating exponentially. So the growth rate just all of a sudden explodes. That may be the reason why they didn't find it. Okay, on your lung infection, Knucklebuster, and anybody listening, a very simple recipe, which got me and Peppermint Patty got us through the pneumonia last December. About killed us both, and both had double pneumonia. And it's a very simple, just 2 ingredients. It's you can use powdered ginger, but fresh ginger is the best, and you grate it up. And turmeric. You take a heaping tablespoon of both of them and 1 liter of bottled water. You can't use chlorinated water because it'll kill it. But you use bottled water, 1 liter, and you mix the 2 together and boil it for a minimum 15 minutes, and then shut it off and let it steep for about another 30. And you strain it through a coffee filter. You take that collected liquid. It's going to be kind of orangish looking, yellow-orange looking. But then you just bottle it, put it in the fridge, and like 2 to 3 times a day, you take like not quite a shot glass worth of it, put it in a coffee cup, get you some water boiling, put you some honey in it, and pour that boiling water up, stir it, and then have at it. And it's called the lung cleansing drink. I found it last year, and I'm a heavy smoker, and well, me and the missus both are, and so it got us through. It within minutes, you'll notice that you could breathe a whole lot easier and clear it out, and it surely helps. And it's real simple, and as far as I can tell, it doesn't interfere with antibiotics at all. On your pool, Steve, is it an in-ground or above ground?
Above ground.
Above ground?
Yes, sir.
Do you have like a little? So do you just have one of those little hang-on filter units that goes on it, or do you have a pool shed?
Pool shed. It's got a decent. It's got like a 200-pound sand filter.
Okay. Well, what's real easy to do. In fact, you can look it up on YouTube how to make it yourself, and it will extend your season. And your season will open early for using your pool up there, and you can build a solar-powered pool heater, and you can put it on the roof of that shed, or you can build like a overhang with a swing and everything underneath it, and it's just a simple solar collector that you could build yourself, and you just tie it in to your filtration system, and you can open weeks ahead of time. That especially up there, friends of mine in Michigan, in fact, now use those DIY heaters, and even for on their home about keeping the temperatures. They've got one that sticks in the wall of their house and through a window and goes outside, and greatly reduced their heating costs, like in the spring and all, about evening the temperatures out in the house. And up there where it's still nice and cool up there, so it's something to think about. Mm-hmm. That on that sewage leak down there in Florida. Well, before I became a truck driver in my younger days, I was a Class 2 wastewater treatment plant operator. So that sewage leak is real serious business environmentally, because you can contaminate the surface water, groundwater, but the disease factor is what you have to look out for. Cholera, diphtheria can pop its ugly head back up after, we basically eliminated them from it due to fecal coliform, the various microorganisms that are in there. And you end up with, on that stagnant water, it draws it looks like a horsefly, but it's actually a botfly, and they can attack people and livestock. It just looks like a smaller horsefly. Those things are insidious and basically related to the screw fly, and that's affecting cattle now in the U.S., unfortunately. And I had to call a the state last weekend for them to try to set up to bring some traps out, because I think we may have actually found a screw fly here in Arkansas. They're just been recently reported in Texas. All right, now then, on all that mess about all these protests, Governor Sarah Sanders, Mike Huckabee's daughter, well, she came out apparently yesterday and issued a governor's executive order that these protests are not going to happen in Arkansas. And if they get out there and block major thoroughfares, people are not going to be prosecuted for running their dumbasses over.
So, word to the wise, if you want to be a dumbass and get out and try to block the street, huh?
Yeah. That basically, she's already put all law enforcement officers in the state of Arkansas on notice, as well as Arkansas National Guard. All right. Hold on just 1 second. Well, she won't do it. There's my sweetheart calling.
All right, well, take care of business there, Scrapyard. Thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. Yeah, you got to answer the better half there, right? Otherwise, you'll think something's wrong. I mentioned Pennsylvania Turnpike. Let's see. They announced this past day, the Turnpike Commission, that work's begun to remove the toll booths from the Turnpike. Crews have already completely demolished and removed the toll booths in the canopy located at the Pocono interchange, exit 95. On the northeast extension, toll booths will continue to be removed, where the open road tolling has been launched east of Reading and on the northeast extension. As the toll booths are removed, the interchanges will be reconstructed to provide drivers with unobstructed traffic flow. This will continue east of Reading and on the northeast extension right through next year. Drivers passing through these areas should be on the lookout for road crews and prepare for new temporary traffic patterns during the process. They started the transition to OTR starting in January of this year. The PTC, they tell us, Pennsylvania Turnpike, will launch on the main line, Turnpike's western section, in 2027, and toll booths on the main line will be fully removed across the system by the end of 28. Man, it's a lot of time. I guess, how many toll booth sections do they have along that? Must be a bunch of them, but a rather drawn-out process. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Back at it here, where we leave off. Let's see if Eagle. You hang it in there, Eagle. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm still Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I had to make a delivery tonight, Steve. I had to get in early when I called the first time. Yeah, they didn't take these losers that long to get me unloaded tonight. You know, they got a new game they got planned now, Steve, and some of these new customers. I drive a dry van trailer, man. They got a new game they want to play with you now when you deliver a load. Now the guy telling me now. I never heard it. I guess they must think that I must have an invisible driver in the truck with me. Now when you back in the door, this place I went to tonight, they want you to back in the door. They want you to drop the trailer, put the legs down on the ground, take the airlines off the truck, and then they want you to give them the keys to the truck. That's a new game they got. They want you to turn the truck motor off and give them the keys. But here's the catcher, Steve. I guess they think that the truck go drive by itself. Then they tell you that you can't sit in the truck. You can't wait in the truck while they unload it. But so what's the purpose of dropping the trailer, taking the airline off, and taking the keys out of the ignition if you're not going to be in the truck? They tell you they got a little room that you got to sit in while they unload the truck. You can't even sit in your own damn truck no more, even go to sleep or nothing. So, they just totally know how to inconvenience you nowadays in the truck driving. Then I've even been to places, Steve, and they tell you, some customers, they tell you can't leave the truck running. It'd be 100 degrees outside down here in Texas where I live at during the summer, and they got the nerve to tell you that you can't idle the truck while you're getting unloaded or loaded. And then they don't even have a room for nothing in the building that you can sit in, at least stay cool, while they doing their thing. So it's just a roadblock everywhere you go in the truck driving industry nowadays. Got a bad reputation going, these truck drivers. A lot of them did it to it. We'll see how it takes effect. We got this new thing coming up, Steve. I seen a guy at a truck stop tonight, man. The dude was in a Subway. He couldn't even look like a Russian guy. He couldn't even order a pizza because he couldn't speak English. The girl was trying to ask him what kind of meat he wanted on the pizza. He couldn't even answer the question. It's ridiculous, man. That these people, come to the U.S. and want to do their own thing and refuse to learn the language. Like I said, I can understand a man that just got off the boat, only been here for a couple of months. But you got people walking around there. They don't want to accumulate, to the U.S. customs. Still, you got people that's been in the U.S. 5-10 years and still don't speak English. That's a person that's not trying. They're not trying to adapt to the U.S. You've been in the damn country for 5 years and you still don't speak no English. You ain't trying to learn how to speak no English. But you know something, Steve? I saw a video tonight. Donald Trump is running raids, ICE raids in Nebraska at these plants out there in Africa, in Nebraska. And you should see where these guys, when the ICE units come in, them guys they hiding everywhere. They got ICE units looking all up in the ceiling. They looking behind boxes, racks, all kind of places. Look at these guys, when they come in, they just start scrambling all these illegals they got working in these factories. But you know what they're going to have to start doing, Steve? Is they're going to have to start coming down on these plants that hire these people. They trying to let these guys get off scot-free like they not doing nothing wrong, like Tyson and other, these chicken places and chicken factories, other places. They try to play like they is. They know damn well those people were not legal, and they continue to employ them. Cause like I say, when I drove a refrigerated truck, you go in one of them factory places, Tyson places, and there ain't nobody in there that speak no English. You can't even get nobody to sign your paperwork after you get unloaded. Everybody in there is Spanish. The whole factory And you can't tell me that these places don't know that they got all them illegals. You got over 100, 200, 300 illegals working in your warehouse, and you don't know that they illegal. They know exactly what they're doing. Ain't nothing but cheap labor. That's the reason why the Democrats, that's the reason why Gavin Newsom and people like that want them in, because ain't nothing but you don't give a damn about these people. They say, oh, we care about these people. I feel bad for this man, coming to another country. No, they don't feel bad for those people, Steve. It's all about saving money and cheap labor. The American people want to get paid for what they do, so they made a decision. We're gonna allow the border to be wide open and let these people come on in. But somebody, I see a lot of people over the last couple of days, Steve, saying that they mad at Donald Trump. They mad at Donald Trump for this, mad at Donald Trump for that. Well, I told a guy in the truck stop there, I said, who you need to be mad at, and he keeping a real low profile, and he should keep a real low profile and never show it, because he's responsible for the whole deal. Who you should be mad at, my man, is Joe Biden. That's who you need to be mad at. He's the one that allowed all these people in this country to begin with, over 20 million people. He's the one that you need to be. When you see all these protests in the street of America, that's who you need to be upset with, is Biden, because he's responsible for it, because he should have shut the border down a long time ago, and now they got to hunt these people down left and right, going looking under every crack and crumb all over the USA, Steve, looking for people, and they may not know. That's the reason why Trump had to up the ante from 1,000 up to 3,000 a day, because even if they do it, I think you gave out the numbers, Steve. I was excited, when Trump got in the White House. I said, oh man, we're gonna get rid of all these people are gonna be going back. But I remember a couple of months ago, you added up the numbers. Even in 4 years, there's no way in hell that Donald Trump can deport 20 million people.
Right.
There's no way he can get that many people out. Even if they jump it up to 3,000 people a day, they still ain't gonna be able to get 20 million people out. So Joe Biden, he knew exactly what he was doing. The Democrats, the people that was really running the White House, they knew that this number was gonna be hard to attain. I think Trump, if he's lucky, he might be able to get 5 million out. If he's lucky, he might be able to get 5, but he definitely ain't gonna get 20 million people out. So it's gonna take another term in the White House, another president, hopefully a Republican, to continue the process that Donald Trump has started to totally clean house. But it's gonna be tough to get them all out. But Trump, he's definitely doing the best that he can, and because I guarantee you that Kamala wouldn't do it, and you already see, you got a preview of your Gavin Newsom. We already see what he's all about. He's not gonna try to clean these people out. So we're done if Newsom gets in. And one other quick note before I hang up with you, Steve, and that's about this situation with this deal that's going on Saturday with Trump and this parade. Now, the thing you need to be worried about with that, I'm not concerned about some punk college guy just trying to interrupt this parade. What you need to be concerned with, I was listening on the radio, I forgot to tell you that earlier, is some of these terrorists that's in the country from Iran, Iraq, Pakistan. These are the individuals that like to have an event like that to do their thing and to try to cause a serious problem. Mm-hmm. Those are the individuals you need to be looking at this, because there's a whole bunch of them people.
And that's because they know that they know, especially when something's being broadcast live on television, they like a lot of people to see the carnage that they cause.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. ICE arrests are rising under the Trump administration.
A White House spokesperson says 100,000 arrests have happened this year, which marks a big jump from last year. According to government statistics, in fiscal year 2024, ICE arrested 113,000 people, while the Trump administration is approaching that number in only 6 months. I'm Brian Shook.
U.S. trade officials are getting together with their Chinese counterparts in London.
The talks are aimed at resolving an ongoing trade dispute between the world's two largest economies. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and Trade Representative Jameson Greer are representing the U.S. during the meeting with the Chinese Vice Premier Hu Lifeng, who is Beijing's lead trade negotiator. The talks come after Trump said he had a lengthy phone call with Chinese President Xi last week, as both look to avert a full-blown trade war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. Going back to Knuckle Busters his scenario. But he was the one that was talking about, give me the keys and all that, right? You're not sitting in the truck. Is that him? Fred says, no, you're not getting the keys. No, you're not telling me I can't sit in the truck. Refuse the load and I'll leave. Okay. All righty, it's 844-844-3388. Doing the little weather research as I do each evening before the show. AccuWeather had an interesting little tidbit. You learn something new every day. Did you know that a hurricane or tropical storm has never crossed the equator? I did not. Now, the reason behind this fascinating phenomenon lies in the meteorological principle related to the rotation of the Earth. The Coriolis force is responsible for deflecting winds to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere. This force is what gives tropical systems their iconic swirl, counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern. At the equator, however, the Coriolis force is essentially zero, making it impossible for a tropical system to cross over from one hemisphere to the other. There was a typhoon, Vami, back in 2001 that was the closest storm to the equator. Now it says most tropical systems remain north of 5 degrees north latitude or south of 5 degrees south latitude. The closest a tropical storm or hurricane has ever come to crossing the equator was that typhoon in December of 2001 in the western Pacific. It got within 100 miles of the equator, forming at only 1.4 degrees north latitude. You learn something new every day. How about that? All right, Brain Dead checking in here on a hump day. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Oh, just out here riding around in the dark, Steve. Well, actually, I'm heading to the house right now. I just got telling a buddy of mine about the whole Yellow in the Warren Act. He kind of sort of didn't believe me, but he finally did. He finally believed me when I showed him the court filing. But I heard Eagle and I heard the other gentleman. You're not looking at this from the point of the safety. That forklift driver is trusting that you're not going to pull out while he's inside that trailer loading or unloading or whatever. At Walmart distribution center, you have to drop the trailer and you pull into a special pin. Because if I remember hearing you right, this has been, I don't know, many moons ago, that that a driver pulled out with the forklift and the forklift fell off the back of the trailer. I mean, all you got to do is you go on YouTube and see all these accidents like that, and that's what these companies are trying to prevent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, taking the keys, yes, because a lot of these companies fail to remember that drivers have multiple sets of keys, and not being able to wait in your truck, that goes to the whole safety factor. They don't want you to take off in that truck with their person inside the trailer. Because drivers, when they go and they get their bills, what's the first thing that happens? They're gone. They're out the gate they go.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. They don't care if they go back here and look at the dock plate or whatnot. For example, the guy's bid that I'm on did the exact same thing at the store. Company policy says no loading or unloading will take place if a driver is not on the dock. A driver must be on the dock to be loaded or unloaded. We have some stores that literally you have to kick on the back door and shout search warrant to get them to answer the daggone phone. They don't want you inside the building after closing time. And I brought that issue up to my boss, who I know probably could give two craps less. But when you stop and think about it, though, this is the best thing to do. is to drop out from the tractor from the trailer, just to drop out, because when there could be a problem inside that trailer with the dumped over pallet that has to be recouped or whatever, and you don't feel that forklift moving, you're going to take off. Just take right on off, and there's a forklift coming off the back end. Because when you really stop and step back and look at it from the 30,000-foot view, if you pull off that dock and that forklift falls off the back of that trailer because you pulled off, who just bought the lawsuit? It ain't the company, it's you. And I tell you what, my pocketbook is not that deep to afford anything like that. So I can see why they do it. I have seen them where they do lock out the airlines. There's a standard universal key no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You're still going to be able to pop that off. So, like I said, it's all about the safety aspect of it. Because our idiot safety manager here, we don't get along. He's from one of them foreign countries. And he thinks he is the best person for the safety department, the best person for safety. And I told him that he needed to leave his job. Why? Because he was a warehouse supervisor for Amazon. No knowledge of the transportation industry. Because I brought this issue up to him. I said, this is the best thing we need to do to protect the workers, is to have a drop and pull away system. He says, oh, no, the dock lock system works just fine. The dock locks work just fine. I said, have you ever seen them things? When you get a driver ready to go, he'll pull it off the dock. He'll pull it off the building. He will literally just go. He'll pull the back doors off. I mean, when it's time to go, he's ready to go. It's time to go. Speaking of time to go, Steve, how was your weekend? I mean, how you been doing, buddy?
Hey, it's hump day. Yeah, doing all right. I guess now we start looking toward the weekend, right?
Yeah, you got big Father's Day plans, I bet. Cookout or two?
I don't know. Does anybody do anything on Father's Day? Mother's Day is all the attention. Father's Day is like, okay, what the hell?
Yeah. Well, we know it's that, you probably get a good barbecue out of it, just the pool's open out of all of this. So, but no, I had a pretty interesting week. Well, one day off, so to speak. But let's get to some NASCAR stuff, and I'll get to a little bit of this whole NIL stuff. Spire Motorsports owner Jeff Dickerson said in a interview that he is determined to run a fourth car at Sonoma. Now, I give him credit for trying to do this, but who are you going to get to fill the shoes? I mean, honestly, realistically, I can't really see anybody filling these shoes, because if NASCAR wanted to get a big draw in, Formula One's off that weekend. I hear Max Verstappen is pretty hot right now. But now there is a rumor and talk of a second Michigan race, Steve. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not a big fan of Michigan race number one. Are they talking about the Roundy Round in Michigan twice?
Yep. See, remember years ago, they ran two races in Michigan. The first race was always a good crowd, good sellout, and then the second race was just a snoozer or something along that lines. So now they're talking about, since the last few years, they've had the one Michigan race being a sellout and whatnot, of adding a second day. I say no. Leave it alone. Leave it like it is. Because with the one race up there at Michigan, it's the bragging rights for the OEMs. Ford and Chevrolet are trying to outdo one another, and here comes Toyota that takes away their win like Denny Hamlin did this past Sunday. And the fuel mileage races are good because you put the strategy in the crew chiefs. I mean, look at William Byron. He was out there just trucking along, just hauling butt, and all of a sudden on the last lap runs out of gas. Missed it by that much. So, but now on the discussion boards, there is a rumor that Steve Phelps has put out there of a fifth manufacturer. Manufacturer number 5. Now, do you want to smash a break, come back, and we can pick up on this?
Well, it's not going to be Honda, is it? Because that was the one that was being rumored for the longest time. Yeah, we'll see.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Figured out it's going to be, we're going to put Kia on the racetrack, right? Kia.
Good one, Steve. Stand-up comedy could be your good thing. Did you learn from Elvis or something?
Right.
There is hint of a fifth manufacturer. Now, we all know Ram is coming back into the truck series in 27, and they're talking maybe 28 or 29 coming back into Cup and Xfinity. Okay, Dodge, Ram. You get the gist of where I'm going with this. Now, the rumor's been for years and years and years Honda's coming in. Now, NASCAR rule says you must run a naturally aspirated pushrod V8 engine. Well, Honda doesn't make a pushrod V8 engine. They run a 6-cylinder twin turbo. Now, the problem is trying to get the two to mash up together to get things to what's that word I'm looking for? Combine. And they can't do it. So there's a new theory out here in rumor floating around. Cadillac will be coming in. I've seen renderings and drawings of the Cadillac, VT5 or ST.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it is, but the rumors Cadillac's coming in. And I tell you what, Steve, if you do a little Google search on that, you will see that car as a NASCAR car, and that really does look good to me. So, switching gears, so to speak, Now, I told you, what was it, Monday morning about the whole NIL and all of that garbage finally ending. So this, and if Big Ed listens to this, Big Ed, I want you to call in and give me your thoughts. And also for any college sports fan, no matter if it's baseball, basketball, football, whatever, what are your thoughts on this? Because this, to me, has just destroyed college sports. Just destroyed it. I mean, going to watching college football, you see these kids that are playing their heart out to get to the NFL. Just they're behind it, heart and soul. You see the passion. Now it's all about the money. So this is destroying college sports. So starting here in the not too distant future, the Power 4 and other Division I schools can pay directly their athletes via annual revenue sharing pool that's going to be capped at $20.5 million per school in year one. Now, that $20.5 million, that's over all sports. All. Doesn't matter. All. And they're going to up this year by year by year. So the football is going to be the number one program they're going to go for, which is going to be about $40 to $50 million a year. Now, you all know who's going to get the best people to come in, who's got the deep pocketbooks. You know, Tennessee, Alabama, Oklahoma, the ones that could pay the big money. But this is getting to be nuts. I mean, really, it is nuts because the revenue sharing is going to be capped by the school. Now, Ohio State, sorry, Rick, I hate to pick on you, but Ohio State funded its roster with last season on the way to the national championship, but most significantly, a number of industry sources believe that $40 to $50 million rate will continue beyond this upcoming season, where a number of top-end rosters have been built with front-end loaded pre-settlement NIL deals. Now, there is going to be some cuts directly with the intent of the settlement. That's going to be stamped out the unspoken pay-for-play deals that have hijacked the NIL marketplace to keep the ballooning roster budgets in check. Now, I said $40 to $50 million. The problem, though, is that's not the basketball program. That's not the baseball program. All these underutilized sports is getting ridiculous. I mean, the baseball, just for a annual cap for the baseball program is going to be $925,000, with the average baseball player getting $45,000. And then you go look at, what is that, Nico Imaleven, who's getting, $2 million a year? And the football program's getting another $40 million. I mean, this is getting to be insane. Because I watched it, like I said, I watched it because I want to see the kids make it to the NFL and also learn something. I mean, honestly, if you're going to do this whole NIL thing, they need to hold accountability. Are these kids going to go to class? Are these kids going to maintain a certain grade point average? Not, okay, how much can they afford in their Bentley this week?
Well, we already had the example of I can't remember the name of the player that went so late in the draft. He was making more in NIL cash than he is now in the NFL.
Yeah, you're talking about that. Sanders.
Sanders kid, yeah,
Deion Sanders kid.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't think of his first name. Shamar Sanders. Thank you, Steve. Now, the other thing, too, is they're going to have to report any deal for over $600. Now, and of course, there is going to be a marketplace and all of that. The other thing that I would like to see, and I've read this, is the possible lawsuits. You know, if you sign a contract, you need to honor that contract. You should not go here to this school for this year and then go to that school for that year.
Right.
No. If you sign a 2-year deal, you cannot transfer for 2 years. And you cannot take all the money. You must pay back what was left on the contract and then some. That's where a lot of this is going to be ending. But now I did see another story. The SEC Commissioner Gary Zanke and Notre Dame Athletic Director Pete Barvuka, I guess, I can't pronounce his name. Now, they supposedly played golf with President Trump. Now, I don't know if it's true or not. This past Sunday, some sort of they're looking for college. The college sports leaders are trying to get to the federal government to help. Now, they are going to need some sort of federal laws and legislation. I mean, if they're trying to design this like the NFL, the NBA, et cetera, they need to come up with something. I mean, excuse me, but they, I mean, it's been crazy. I've been following college sports for as long as I can remember, and I've never seen anything this crazy. Have you, Steve?
I can't say that I have, although I haven't paid nearly as much attention to college as I did like the Big Red Machine or the Reds and the Bengals. But let me ask you this real quick. I got like a minute and a half left. You were like a sports trading cards aficionado for many years. Are there any valuable trading cards in this modern day and age?
Oh yeah. It's really insane how it's no longer a hobby, it's a business. For me, it was a hobby because you got together with mom and dad, you opened boxes, you build sets, you put the sets up, and then you went on and you traded your doubles. Now it's all of this game used and relics and autographs and short prints and number runs and variations. I saw, oh God, I can't remember now. There was a Shohei Ohtani card I think went for like $500,000. I mean, it to me, I'm starting to quit following it as much as I used to because there's so much coming out. There's just, it's gotten so bad. The market is over flooded. And
because there's so many different types. I mean, when I was a kid, it was pretty much you had Topps or Donruss. Was that the one? I think. Yeah, how many different types of trading cards are there now? It's all right. Final hour coming up here, so we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. We'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is sending 2,000 more National Guard troops to L.A., which Governor Newsom says is likely to increase tensions.
I have 394 National Guard men and women down at the border. I imagine they may even be pulled for this theatrical display.
According to Newsom, many people feel Trump is not focused on keeping Californians safe. Instead, he says, Trump is bringing in the U.S. military forces against its own citizens and creating a sense of disorder. President Trump says he wants to liberate Los Angeles.
The agitators are throwing firebombs, Molotov cocktails, lighting vehicles ablaze. You saw the cars that were burning, mobbing police officers and ICE officers.
He called the protests violent and thanked the National Guard and Marines who are being deployed to the city. He again called the protesters invaders and insurrectionists. The wife and daughter of the alleged Gilgo Beach serial killer, Rex Heuermann, is speaking out for the first time in a new documentary series.
Heuermann's 28-year-old daughter, Victoria, and his wife, Asa, have different thoughts on if Heuermann could have committed the murders of 7 women along Gilgo Beach. His wife says she would need to hear him say it himself for her to believe it, while Victoria says given all the information available, she believes her father likely is the man responsible for the murders. The series, titled The Gilgo Beach Killer House of Secrets, is streaming now on Peacock. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Health professionals are warning Americans that they're seeing an increase in rare cancer among younger than expected patients.
Researchers say they're noticing an uptick of cancers of the appendix in patients in both millennials and Gen Xers. Among millennials, cases reported have quadrupled, and for Gen Xers, cases reported have tripled. Data compared from 1975 to 2019 in the U.S. While this type of cancer is still considered to be rare, it's normally detected in patients over the age of 50. I'm Katie Gray.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your east side in about 3 miles is a crisscross runway. It's North Island. It's your closest airfield. Made it.
6 people are presumed dead after a small plane crashed off the coast of San Diego on Sunday.
The FAA said the pilot and 5 passengers were killed when the Cessna 414 crashed into the ocean under unknown circumstances. In an exchange with air traffic control captured by liveatc.net, the pilot can be heard shouting, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday," just 5 minutes after takeoff. Records show the flight was on the way to Phoenix. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The president wants to deposit $1,000 in so-called Trump accounts for newborn Americans.
The money would come mostly from employers to their employees, and U.S. citizens born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 will be eligible. The CEOs of Uber, Dell, and Goldman Sachs joined Trump at a White House business roundtable to announce their participation. The Trump accounts will track the overall stock market, and it's part of the president's big, beautiful bill that's making its way to a Senate vote. I'm Lisa Taylor.
People are expected to spend $24 billion this year year for Father's Day.
According to the National Retail Federation, that would be a record amount, up more than 7% from last year. 3 out of every 4 people surveyed said they plan to celebrate the event in some way this year on June the 15th. Average spending is expected to come in at just under $200. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We will kick off our final hour here. Get started with a couple of industry updates. One of which, you may recall, a couple of weeks ago, OOIDA was speaking out against the One Big Beautiful Bill as it stood, because there was a provision in the bill that would create a new $100 annual fee on motor carriers. Well, it's in the Senate, and the Senate has pulled that. It has been left out of the Senate Commerce Committee's budget reconciliation proposal. Bryce Mongian, Director of Legislative Affairs, says the good news is the Senate Commerce Committee did not include this provision in their version. The House included it. They passed it. But the Senate has not left it in there. We'll see where this goes. Again, because ultimately the two sides have to agree on the ultimate bill, right? All right, as far as the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, they advanced their budget reconciliation proposal by a party line vote, 36-30. It included several provisions, new fees on electric vehicles that OOIDA supports. But the House version included a provision that would create a new public website to display a motor carrier's fitness to operate in interstate commerce. Basically, the website would provide liability protection for brokers. However, carriers would be charged $100 a year to find out if they received a red light or a green light. OOIDA said, hey, this information's already publicly available. Carriers shouldn't have to pay for essentially what would be a broker's liability protection. So there you go. Again, we'll see where that goes. Meanwhile, some of the latest numbers. The number of posted loads on the DAT1 board increased 6% to 2.6 million last week, a sign that volumes are building ahead of the July 4 holiday. The average line haul rate on the top 50 van lines, or van lanes, I should say, based on load volume, was $2.02 per mile, 2 cents higher than the previous week. 33 cents more than the national average. Now, according to analysts in Midwest states, which account for almost 45% of the nation's load volume, typically reflect the national trends. The average outbound spot rate was $1.90 per mile, up a penny. The number of truck posts rose 14%. Load posting volume was almost identical that of week number 23 of both 2023 and 2024. They break down a bunch of other numbers, just a couple here. Broker to carrier national average rates. Van, $2.07 per mile, which was unchanged over the past week. Reefer at $2.35 per mile, also unchanged. Flatbed at $2.56 per mile, down about a penny. I won't bore you with the other numbers, but see what's going on with Brother Rambler on a hump day. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God to everyone that's listening, and glad y'all have found us all the way from the High Plains Desert of Ely, Nevada, all the way down to the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. Steve, we're just happy to be on the air with you. Praise God. And man, I tell you what, Sandman got the best of me a while ago, and you don't know who the Sandman is. He is the worst driver. He's a 99. Well, he's the cause of a lot of wrecks. With 4-wheelers and 18-wheelers, because Sandman thinks he can drive and he can't. He ain't got a driver license. He can't drive worth a lick. So I had to give Sandman at least 55 minutes. But when I got up, I saw a couple of text messages from the one and only Mr. Orndorff, and it was sad news. He asked me if I heard the previous phone call from the one and only our beloved Knucklebuster, and I said I didn't. Sandman got me, brother. I said, what happened? And he told me the unfortunate news, and I want to just see something personally to Knucklebuster. I don't know your real name. I heard what's happened. I heard you got a respiratory infection. And I want you to know that, number one, this old boy loves you to death, my man, even though you do have a John Deere, and I prefer a Massey Ferguson 135. You're okay for a John Deere owner from Olive Branch, Mississippi, and we're going to be praying for your beloved wife, who you love dearly. We'll be praying for you. Praise God. Anytime you feel like you want to talk or you just want to pray together, Steve's got my number. He knows how to get in touch with me. And Steve, you're more than welcome if he wants to talk and pray. If he wants to message you and he wants to call me, then I'll be more than happy to talk to Knucklebuster, and let's pray together and pray over his wife and pray over this respiratory infection that he's got. Other than that, Steve, I'm not going to stay on the line too long. Our prayer list is 4 pages long, and it takes up a lot of our service. We have service over at Determined Ministries Church, and God, we just want you to know, whether you're suffering from addiction or you're suffering with sickness or you're just plain old depressed and lonely, we pray for you and we love you, and we want you to understand that. Because there's a lot of things that goes on in this world where a person you turn on the news or whatever and you see all this depressing stuff, or a person just gets so doggone depressed, and as the Lord preached last Sunday at Determined Ministries Church about a way of escape, look, he's the same God that parted the Red Sea and then Hebrew children went through on dry land. He's the same God in the flesh who walked on the water. And all you have to do in the storms of life is trust God, step out of the boat, step out of your comfort zone, go on the water, go through on dry ground. He's provided a way. And even if the worst case scenario happens and the fleshly body dies, when you have Jesus Christ, number one, in your soul, you're a winner. Because to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And I say that a lot, Steve, and is quoted numerous times in the Bible. But see, it's the absolute truth. And if the worst case scenario does happen, and the fleshly body does have to die, and it will die, if you have made the right decision in life to choose Jesus Christ and make him number one, then you ain't got to worry about this world and this body no more. You going on to something that's you going on to something that my eyes or ears can never comprehend, but one day I will. Steve, gosh, we love you out there. If you get a chance, please go by. If you want to just support the show, go to overnightdriveradio.com, and they got all your merch out there. I say this every time I get off the phone with you, and I mean it. We need to be praying for one another. We need to quit all the hatred, the bigotry, the fighting, the strife. We got to learn to love one another. We got to learn to pray for one another and lift each other up. And that's why I'm going to leave you with this, and that is love. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And God's children, y'all be safe. I'll talk to you again. Bye now.
All righty. Thank you for checking in there, Brother Rambler. Have a good morning. Safe travels. All right, Dan, got you coming up. Senior Heat Wave. Yeah, he'll be checking in ahead as well. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Back at it here. Good morning, Dan. How the heck are you?
Pretty good, Steve. How are you doing? I was listening to that, discussion about unloading and pulling a tractor away and things like that. Are the safest place, the safest thing for that person on the forklift, if that's you going in there, is to have that tractor under the frame of that, to have that trailer under the frame of that tractor, hooked up to that fifth wheel. I've seen the landing gears not hold with a forklift in there, and it goes right down on the nose. And also, if the tractor's there, if the brakes were to give, well then, on the trailer, well then, I've also seen that. I work for an LTL company. So we, all of our trailers are sitting at the dock. They're not hooked up for the most part. But if one seems like it's a pretty heavy load, they'll throw a tractor underneath. Just back it underneath in the event something would happen. But that thing Brain Dead was talking about, is that like that claw that comes out and locks the trailer. So, is that what he's talking about?
That I'm not exactly sure. I'm not familiar.
I've seen this thing that looks like almost a claw, and it would come over and lock into the trailer to prevent it from being, to come away from the dock. The other thing is to have the driver go into the break room, if that's what you're going to have, but for my goodness sake, have it heating, temperature controlled, and then they put a chain over the door, between the doors, so you know that nobody's in there, that's safe to pull the trailer out. Or shut the door if it's got roll doors. If it's got swing doors, of course, it's got to be pulled away. But, you hear some of this stuff, and these people come up with these solutions, or what they think is a solution, and they've never really, so many times, these people have never done this work, who are coming up, with these safety solutions. I have seen an individual get hurt very seriously, go down with the parkway, and or get to the edge of the trailer, going onto the dock plate, and the trailer shoots out from it. So I just thought I'd bring that up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, very interesting.
My 2 cents.
I mean, I know there's dangers on the docks.
Oh, I worked one for 10 years. I worked an LTL dock for 10 years. And there's a lot of dangers on there. Yeah, and I mean, falling freight, you know what I'm saying? And they have insurance sometimes from there. But I'm not criticizing him. I guess they do that at Kroger. But I have noticed some of these warehouses. This goes years ago. It looked like two prongs that come out below the dock plate, and it somehow hooks in, and maybe it goes around the axle or something, and then that way that trailer can't be moved.
Interesting.
And because they've got so much bunting around the doors, a driver can't walk to the back, you know what I'm saying, and look in and see that there's nobody there.
Correct.
I know they have stoplights, the green and the red lights. They have those. And it just seems to me kind of bizarre, I guess, pull the tractor forward, or maybe they leave the tractor there, but have the pin unhooked, So, anyway. Steve, have you heard, I wasn't able to listen continuously, have you heard anything about any other riots that have occurred that a major substance overnight?
There was some skirmishes, I guess you'd say. They're saying most of the protests that are taking place, and there's a number of cities from Seattle to Chicago to Atlanta to D.C. Chicago had a few skirmishes, and I think Atlanta had the same. I think Atlanta had 6 ultimately arrested, but they were able to pretty much break them up, once the sun went down. But nothing like we've seen in L.A.
Well, I heard this on Fox News today, that one of the financiers of the protesters is Ann Walton, the heir of the Walmart fortune. She was behind Hillary Clinton's campaign, and that's one of the things that's made me temper my purchases at Walmart. That's me. So, but yeah, I heard that she was one of the, we always hear George Soros.
Yes.
And whoever was said that, that this was Ann Walton in L.A. She's the oldest daughter of the late Sam Walton. So that's just one of the things. One other thing about Knuckle Buster, and of course, I'm certainly going to pray for his wife, as my others do as well. But boy, that was a gut punch to me, because I don't have one of those, what do they call them, medical power of attorney.
Yes.
And I mean, that's something that you ought to have, because there's a perfect example. The poor man wants to sign to get his wife that treatment, and they rightfully so, without a power of attorney, which I don't blame them in this particular case. You know, you don't know, but without that power of attorney, nothing can be done until she's awake to sign that. And I never thought of that until he brought that up. And my wife is a retired RN nursing director, and I don't know that we've ever discussed it, which is kind of unbelievable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know,
yeah, totally.
I mean,
it caught me. It caught me by total surprise. I had talked to him after the show yesterday morning. It was kind of explaining to me what was going on and how they thought she had a stroke, and she would wake up, he said, just ever so briefly, but wanted to go back to sleep, and they wouldn't allow him to sign off on begin treatment for cancer. And after that conversation, I went and I was chatting with my wife, and I mean, you know, we all think, you know, do you have a living will? No, I don't have a living will. I mean, I was in my 20s and then my 30s, and I'd say, well, no, and I'm only 40. Well, now I'm 60, and I was asking her if it's true, if something were to happen to you where you were incapacitated, wouldn't I be able to authorize them to do the treatment or whatever? And she said, we were both under the line of thinking you could. I didn't realize we probably need to look at doing those sort of things.
well, I believe, I kind of know this, there is a form. You can get whatever form you want. And it should be notarized by each of the signers, granting you a medical power of attorney. Okay. I'm almost positive they have that online. I'm kind of surprised. Well, of course, she may not have checked herself in and been conscious when she was admitted to the hospital that they wouldn't have a form like that for her to sign. See, that's part of the problem. And again, I don't know what hospital that she's in, meaning I work out of Memphis, so I kind of know the medical centers, but I don't know. He lives in Mississippi. But some of these rural hospitals, quite frankly, Steve, they're hanging on by a thread, and they get what they can get in terms of staff. And I know that because I know someone who's on the board of a small town hospital, and it's literally month to month, and they can't afford the necessary technology. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But to say the woman had a stroke and then come back and said, no, it's a brain tumor, right? Is that what he said? It's a brain tumor?
Right, correct.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hell of a difference between the two, and time is of the essence. So, that was really shocking. I know one thing, that'll be done by Friday for us, because, I'm like you, that's at the point of discussion. You think that marriage license,
yes,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is all you need.
Yep.
And, I thought that too. I just assumed. And of course, you know what assume means. What do the people in the Army say? Ass out of you and me. So, that's what that was. But anyway, well, thanks for taking my call.
All right, thank you
and
so
let me
much.
get my...
Good to hear from you, Dan. There you go. The perfect time, because we're right up to the news break there. But yeah, that was an eye opener for me as well. I was 100% caught in the dark there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. ICE arrests are rising under the Trump administration.
A White House spokesperson says 100,000 arrests have happened this year, which marks a big jump from last year. According to government statistics, in fiscal year 2024, ICE arrested 113,000 people, while the Trump administration is approaching that number in only 6 months. I'm Brian Shook.
U.S. trade officials are getting together with their Chinese counterparts in London.
The talks are aimed at resolving an ongoing trade dispute between the world's two largest economies. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and Trade Representative Jameson Greer are representing the U.S. during the meeting with the Chinese Vice Premier Wu Lifeng, who is Beijing's lead trade negotiator. The talks come after Trump said he had a lengthy phone call with Chinese President Xi last week, as both look to avert a full-blown trade war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Simon wins once from his own driver's seat and twice from teammates. Bauer jumps from 5 superchargers to 3 turbochargers with near instant success. And in Superstock Diesel 4x4, the killer is now a made man. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 2025 Grand National Regular Campaign, presented by Case IH, got underway with a few weather worries, but then 2 fine sessions at the 30th Anniversary Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Chris Rackner's Long Haul Harvester has done it again. The International 1466 was first up on a spongy Friday track, and its 279-foot length held to the field of 12. Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister was third and the first ever Galaxy Tour winner. On Saturday, the mechanical woes continued for several contenders, but not for Class Rookie and 13-time Mod Division champ Adam Bauer. His unnamed John Deere stormed to a 42-foot margin over Zach Degenhardt's Diggin' Hard, which was second both nights. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the Simons might plan to deal out $750,000 next weekend. More on that later. But they spent this weekend on the other side of the pay window. On Friday, Brandon Simon and his former ride, Loud and Heavy, now owned by 2-time defending champ Brent Meyer, topped a 13-tractor roster by passing Rob Russell's Workhorse by 10 feet late in the game. On Saturday, Simon cleared his own Loud and Heavy X by 12 feet aboard Meyer's Deere to leave the rest of the division with a hill to climb. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, the Session 1 track woes affected this startup class as well, but the truck named Trump overcame. 2-time titleist Shane Kellogg stayed calm and carried on to a win over first-year driver Marshall DeBrew and Flammable. Those two sit 1-2 in the standings, despite the Session 2 accomplishment of defending champion Craig Dickey and his Cummins Killer 3, winning their first Grand National class. Welcome to the club, Craig. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, Pat Island reported from the winner's circle that he was very close to leaving his just passing through in class in the shed this year. He reconsidered a week ago and brought the Deep Blue Pete to his close-to-home events, and after just changing the oil, Island swept the weekend with authority. Ryan DeBrew is playing with fire, and Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes were the runners-up. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, Adam Kester is out for vengeance. He put 3 minis in a 20-plus tractor lineup both nights, and here's how he did. 1st, 4th, 11th, 2nd, 7th, 8th. He very nearly doubled up with Footloose until Abby Leichner's Bobcat Jr. edged him by a yard deep into the night on Saturday. Mason Theobald was 3rd on night 2 with Wicked in his 2nd ever pass in the division. And in Modify, fit this hometown hero with a cape. It all came together for Doug Christensen and his dad's Pack Rat 4 with a Bolt from the Blue 333-foot pass. The stunning victory was owed as much to the elder Christensen's experience as to the found power over the winner, and Doug drove it brilliantly for his first win in GN Mod, 15 miles from home. Brandon Simon's 2023 champ Simon Says was the Session 2 winner, while Brett Berg's Rink Seed Moneymaker was top 3 both nights. The GN Point Circuit takes a 2-week hiatus, but the pulling world will be fixated on Farley, Iowa for the $750,000 Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway, June 12th through the 14th. Heat classes on Thursday and Friday will qualify competitors for a Saturday finals that will award $50,000 to each of 6 class winners. Visit 300raceway.com or the Farley Nationals Facebook page to find out more. Stream it on fullpole.live and check ntpapull.com for the class lineups and results. And don't miss regional action in Northwest Ohio at the Paulding County Fair, Friday night, June 13th. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, back at it here, and getting back to Dan's question. Just during the break, what I could dig up as far as who's paying for this stuff. And I mentioned earlier the actual video from a news affiliate that was covering events live there in L.A. Monday afternoon, when this literal truckload shows up, and they think it's, these are these nice people bringing food and water to help the protesters, the peaceful it turns out it was very expensive masks and helmets, things that violent rioters would be using. Reports suggesting that some protests are being financed by a combination of government grants, private donations, potentially other sources. with law enforcement and others expressing concerns about the origins and the intent of the funds, in particular when these protests turn violent, as they have in L.A. Now, interesting. The FBI is investigating the funding behind certain anti-ICE protests in L.A., including potential foreign influence and the possibility that some protesters are actually being paid. Some nonprofit groups, initially focused on community aid, have become involved in supporting protests, including providing resources like protective gear, aka masks, helmets. Examples include the Coalition for Human Immigration Rights, an organization which receives significant government grants and private donations. Then you've got the Central American Resource Center, which also receives federal, state, and private funding. Pappy said earlier, a lot of this is being paid for with our tax dollars. Now, the FBI's investigations into the LA protest is not focused, they say, on the act of funding itself, but rather the intent beyond the money given, especially if it's used to support illegal activities. Dark money refers to spending that is meant to influence political outcomes where the source is not disclosed. Reports indicate that some grassroots progressive activist groups behind protest have been supported by billionaires and a network of progressive nonprofits. Now, supposedly, this funding is not necessarily intended for specific protests, but helps sustain these groups over time. They say the idea of giving money to some of these various organizations, like we just mentioned, that giving them money is not illegal unless you know that the money is going to be used to commit illegal acts. That's all right. Very interesting there. Thank you so much, Senor Heatwave. How the heck are you?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Yeah, I'm about, I don't know, a little over an hour away from Albuquerque. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. You mentioned Walmart, or Walton, rather, not Walmart. Good night. And then you mentioned Hillary Clinton in the same sentence. It's like, well, Chelsea is married to Soros's nephew. So it wouldn't surprise me none if that whole damn bunch is just dirty. And it's a crying shame that, I've been a 19-year member of Sam's Club, and, the Walmart in our neighborhood is, pretty much it. Well, we've got a Smith's, but, I mean, for, dry goods, textiles, and, hardware and whatnot, food, it is a shame that my money is going to someone's pockets who's funding this kind of nonsense out there. And y'all probably talked about it earlier. Vic had called me about solar panels, and we were talking about that. And then we had who was it? Jim Scott get on, and then Gilligan got on with Lee Timmons, and we were just driving, sitting in awe of the experiences and the wisdom of Vic. I mean, yeah, he said he probably lost a few pages when that dog bit his hand, as far as being a walking encyclopedia. But I mean, he's still a very entertaining gentleman. Being 80 or 81 years old, however old he said he was. He says, well, that's a lot of experience for someone who's just 80 years young, But y'all may have talked about this before, but did you know that the reason why the Mexican flags are being carried into these
protest is because the Hispanic community, or I should say the Mexican community of low IQ, unlearned people, think that since California used to be part of Mexico,
right,
that it was stolen, and it still is.
Still theirs.
It's like, that's ungrateful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here they are living in this country, being given, every opportunity to improve themselves. And more than likely, they're probably on the government dole trying to, with food stamps or, unemployment or, whatever. And they're saying, well, this is actually part of Mexico. You can't have it both damn ways, people. I don't know exactly how California come into the Union, if it was a battle, or if California was bought. In the same way with New Mexico and Arizona. Now, I know the Gadsden Purchase, which is that part there below. It's got both. I think both Arizona and New Mexico, the bottom parts of the states. There's a spot there that was purchased, but I mean, wasn't the Arizona and New Mexico purchased from Mexico? I'm racking my brains trying to figure this out. I mean, once we purchased a plot of land, that ain't yours no more. And if you lost it in a war, like Texas, you know what? That's just too damn bad. You're living under the flag of freedom that gives you these rights to peacefully protest. You got government that's got either handouts or hand-ups, depending on how you look at it. And if you're taking any of that and then swearing allegiance to Mexico, I think you are a prime candidate to get tossed back into Mexico. And what in the hell is that Sheinbaum, Mexico's president, griping about that Trump shouldn't touch none of her citizens here in the state?
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Did I hear that right?
I hadn't caught that.
Yeah, it's like, there was a blurb earlier today that I had heard, and it was like, are you kidding me? You're telling President Trump how to run the country? It's bad enough we got all these damn federal judges out there that are trying to micromanage Trump's presidency here. And this is stuff that he ran on that the majority of us voted for.
Mm-hmm.
We are for deportations. We are for cutting the government down in size. We voted for getting rid of the Department of Education. Obviously, since it's been in existence, our kids have not gotten any better. In fact, they're throwing more and more money at a problem, and it's just getting worse. And why don't we just let the states who know better how to run their own schools be in charge of what is taught? And that was one thing too that we were talking about. Steve, when you went to school, did you have Ohio history?
I did.
In element.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna assume that every state has their own history, like Texas history. I mean, I don't know much about Ohio, except it's high in the middle and round on both sides, and that's about all I know about Ohio. We in Texas, I mean, every year we would watch Disney's Davy Crockett King of the Wild Frontier. And it would culminate with Davy being the last one swinging Betsy around fighting off Mexicans before he was ultimately killed. But you don't see that. All you see is him swinging in the flag. It was actually the Mexican flag that they were flying, and they had used charcoal and oil to mark down 1824 in the middle. Now, 1824 was the original Mexican Constitution that was very similar to the American Constitution, where it gave you certain rights, certain privileges, and Santa Anna came in and says, no, we're going to do it my way. Well, what are you going to do when you got a bunch of former Americans living in Tejas, and you done said you're going to allow them to do what they were doing in the States at the time under the same Constitution? Well, of course they're going to get mad and throw a little hissy fit and want to get into a fight. But I mean, it just really ticks me off that they would actually come here, fly the Mexican flag, saying this is our country because it was one time before. Now, like I said, round them up, process them, send them over there. And if Scheinbaum don't like it, she can just kiss my, well, you know what they say. But other than that, I'm heading back to Albuquerque, and man, I tell you what, today was a Friday the 13th for me, which I know happens Friday this week, but Murphy's Law prevailed. What could go wrong can go wrong, and did go wrong. And right now I'm driving a Freightliner, and on the end of the turn signal, you have a cylindrical cone for your wiper motor, so you can have intermittent all the way up to fast. Well, there's a button on the end of that damn thing, and I was pressing. Yes, reduce speed. You're welcome. I was pressing on that button trying to get some of the bug guts and smears off the windshield, and I couldn't do it when I was there in Phoenix, which, by the way, was 108 in the shade, 114 when I got to the yard, and 111 with me facing away from the sun. And I was pressing that damn button, and I wasn't getting any action from the wiper blades, nor was I getting the fluid getting thrown. Well, after about 45 minutes of a mechanic testing out the electrical wiring and making sure they were okay, come to find out it was, hate to say it, operator error. The cylindrical cone that gives you the different speeds on the windshield wipers, you actually push that cone in. You don't even worry about that button. Apparently that button is an interrupter for the trailer lights to say thank you for letting me in. You just push that cone in, and all of a sudden, oh, guess what? You got cleaning fluid all over the place. Windshield wiper fluid, and the wipers are going back and forth. It's like, oh, I'll tell you what, if that wasn't embarrassing, I don't know what would be.
Senior Heatwave gets he gets a dumbass of the week number. You don't even know how to turn on the washer fluid. First time for everything. It differs from one vehicle to the next. But hey, let me quickly see if we can get to Charlene. Good morning, Charlene.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I have you on speaker.
Loud and clear.
Okay. What Knucklebuster was talking about, having the legal documents, you do need those. My husband had 2 strokes, and he ended up with aphasia, and he wasn't able to speak. I mean, he could speak, but you couldn't understand him.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to get information from the insurance company, and they would give me nothing.
Wow.
Because I didn't have the power of attorney. So I had to go get a lawyer and have those papers drawn up. And then I was able to get the information and help get medications and stuff that he needed.
So was he able to? Was he coherent enough that he was he able to maybe sign any of the documents that would have needed to be signed, or no?
No, not at that time.
Okay. Yep.
He's a bit better now, but at that time, no. So I was not able to do any medical stuff for him, and we were married 36 years at that time.
Wow.
And this was back in 2019, 2020.
So I guess this is all kind of like a it's a wake up call for all of us. I know both, my wife and I are going to be looking at doing, the same for one another. And I said, and then what if something were to happen to us? If we were, say, in an auto accident, we were both in the vehicle, and so are you saying my kids wouldn't be able to sign off on doing, what they can and can't do? I guess we need to get that all on paper.
I don't think so.
Not unless they have power of attorney.
I don't think so unless you have them written in there.
Yeah.
So I would definitely check it out. My son's one friend, his mother is the one that wrote up our paperwork, and I had our will done as well at the same time, because we didn't have one of those either at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, if you're a married couple, you really do need those documents.
And I don't know why it is for so many years. I just thought the fact that you were married, you're hooked at the hip, you're allowed to make decisions for one another. I guess what is the value of having a marriage license anyway?
Exactly. That's what I thought. They wouldn't give me anything. Even though I had his name, his birth date, all the stuff that they asked for, but because I didn't have that legal document, being power of attorney, they would not give me anything.
Wow. All right. Well, Charlene, thanks for chiming in, just confirming what we've been talking about this morning. Real quick, we only have about a minute left, but I came across from L.A. Left-wing nonprofit groups are openly helping to fuel the anti-ICE riots, actually handing out F-ICE packets, can't say the word, packets that have protective equipment as protesters continue to take over downtown every night. The F-ICE packages include goggles, face masks, gloves, and a phone number for jail support. They're being assembled and distributed by a nonprofit called Operation Healthy Hearts. It is one of several organizations that have started as grassroots community aid agencies, but have now waded into politics and thrown their weight behind left-wing street protests. Now, there's at least one group that was receiving federal funding before Trump turned off the spigot. The federal government cut off funding for other reasons, so we have nothing left to lose, according to the L.A. Poverty Department Chief Operating Officer. She said her group is a nonprofit that operated the Skid Row History Museum and Archive, allowed other organizations to use their building to distribute these packages to protesters earlier this week. We'll dig more into that and maybe come up with some of that on our Thursday morning program.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.